We have an approved agenda. It's been a little bit since we've met, so it's nice to be back with you all. We have a full agenda. Eldon and Mike will be presenting to us. I'm hoping that we can, let me rephrase that. At 5 o'clock, we have a hard stop. I'm going to ask the council to go into closed session to discuss purchase, exchange, or lease of property. So kind of adjust your time and judgment accordingly. First item on the agenda is a discussion regarding a presentation and feedback from the council regarding internal accessory dwelling units. Community Development Director Eldon Gibb will present to the council on this item. Eldon.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I brought my award-winning smile with me today here. I know Mike's got his on here in the future as well. We saw a sign in our downtown trip, so that's where that came from. In the packet there, I provided some examples of IADUs, kind of giving an idea of what we're discussing here. I like those because this one here, the IADU cannot be accessed from within the main residence. This other IADU does have an option to be accessed from the internal component. So just some interconnectivity, a lot of different scenarios of who would be able to rent and live in these, college students, mother-in-law apartments, just kind of all of the above. Any of the changes here, I'll scroll down here. So the majority of the changes are clerical, definition oriented, such as replacing the word dwelling to residence, just to avoid confusion when speaking about internal accessory dwelling units. Two of the major proposed changes are to remove the 6,000 square foot requirement, which is stated right here. The proposed property location for an internal accessory dwelling unit shall be a residential zoned lot that is a minimum of 6,000 square feet. Proposing to remove that with the requirement that the IADU fall under the umbrella of the main residence and meet setback requirements. There was one other that I didn't mention in the packet, that the owner of the property must reside in the primary residence or the internal accessory dwelling unit. Currently, as written, it requires them to live in the primary dwelling, so just giving them the option to live in either unit. And lastly is incorporating some verbiage to restrict nightly rentals, which matches the verbiage from the detached accessory dwelling units. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on that.
If they're an approved vacation rental, what if they're in an approved vacation?
Parts of the deed restriction.
You're saying they can't be vacation rental, but what if they're already in a zone that approves it and they use one of these?
Then they would be able to nightly rental out.
It says they can't do it. So I'm just saying, do we need a clarification unless in a approved nightly rental zone?
Well, it's an overlay zone for existing zone that allows that use. I would say we don't need clarification on that. I'm happy to look to Thad for advice on that.
I'm just saying that if they try to do an IAU and then they're in a vacation rental, already approved overlay zone, but then the code says they can't do it, and usually we go with the stricter code.
Do we have any of those? I don't know that we have any internal accessory dwelling units that are in overlay zone. And so I think that it's an interesting question that the council member raised. I agree with you. In theory, we could, unless we adopt the policy of enforcing this so that we don't allow IADUs in nightly rental overlays, which to me makes probably the most sense. If we allow them when you don't already have the overlay of a nightly rental, but if you have the overlay of a nightly rental, then the IADU that is disqualified because of the overlay that's already on it. But thoughts from council members, I mean, let's talk this through and see if people feel strongly about it.
Some people have the overlay zone, but they're not using it as a nightly rental. They just have the ability to do that. Councilman Coates is asking is, do we just put a thing that says unless they're already covered in a nightly rental zone?
Yeah, I can work on that and
Just
throw,
thinking something small that just basically says
Unless.
you approve a rental already. Because if you had a nightly rental, you had to, you could rent out the IAU to two different people, IDAU.
What I like about this
Or
approach,
nightly rental on both. No, but I'm saying, if it's in a, that's my point, is if you're in a vacation rental and you do this, you could just rent out both, unless you want to restrict that. I'm just throwing it out there.
what I like about this is just providing clarity one way or another. So I think it's a good conversation to have. Councilman Henderson?
I was just gonna say, I agree, just for clarification, maybe put in there this paragraph doesn't apply if it's in a highly rental zone.
yeah, that's kind of the whole purpose for items tonight is clarifying definition. Any other questions on the internal accessory dwelling code changes? If not, we'll move into the agricultural modifying regulations. These haven't been updated for quite some time. Changes have been made to the residential agriculture and the R1. I feel like these are a little outdated and just trying to bring some consistency within the three zones, the ag, the RA, and the R1. So I'd like to propose new verbiage to read, looking to the side yard, that setbacks for garages and other accessory buildings and structures shall maintain a 3-foot setback from property lines.
Are we still on internal accessory dwelling units?
We are not, I have moved on.
So we're going to move now to item 3, which is detached structures. Next item on the agenda. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Proposing verbiage here that we maintain a 3-foot setback from property lines and shall not be taller than 20 feet. Corner lots shall maintain the required front yard setback for both street frontages. Additional height may be acquired by moving the structure into the lot. And this came from our recent change to the detached accessory dwelling units, allowing that to go to 25. I felt like if those units are going to go to 25, this should mirror that. So that they can, additional height may be acquired by moving the structure in, but in no case shall the detached structure be taller than the main residence or 25 feet, whichever is greater. So even if they have a single family residence, they can go taller than that roof line, just not taller than 25 feet. And then the provisions of subsection D shall be met for encroachment into the side yard setback. That same verbiage is being proposed in the rear yard. And then some clarification, definition-oriented changes here. That provisions for detached accessory buildings to encroach into the side or rear yard setback. The following criteria shall be met.
So Eldon, just so we make sure we're understanding correctly, that what you're looking for is consistency among the ag zone, the R1 zone, and the RA zone?
Correct. Yes, this is the least. There are a handful of properties that fall within here. So it doesn't, not a lot of properties would be needing to meet this requirement, but you're correct, just bringing consistency within the three.
Council?
So Eldon, I just want to clarify one statement here where the secondary structure cannot be taller than the primary structure, although we see around our city a lot of examples of outbuildings that are taller. I wouldn't want that to be so restrictive that it would, smaller lot that they couldn't do something with it. So would you just kind of share with me what you're thinking with that?
Yeah, the current code, there's a blurb in there to restrict that the accessory structures cannot be taller than the existing residence, whatever that may be, or 20 feet. So I'm proposing that we expand that and allow more height. If they have a slab on grade home that's 22 foot tall to the ridge, the proposed ordinance would allow them to exceed that main residence and go to 25 feet tall. So we're trying to expand that height and give them more room to build.
So really what you're doing is then adding flexibility to that.
Correct.
Further input for Eldon on these proposed edits?
No, but I would like to just, while Eldon's here, I mean, this is great. I appreciate you being proactive on kind of, we're not loosening our standards, but we're giving people some options, you know, giving people a little more leeway to, you know, build what they want and have the freedom to do some things on their property without restrictions, you know, to a certain degree. So I appreciate you being proactive, Eldon. I think this is exactly what this council, we like this stuff. So thank you for doing it. So.
Anything else on this topic, Eldon, council? If not, the next item is supplementary and qualifying regulations. Eldon Gibb.
So this pertains to the RA zone. The RA and R1 zone are very similar in how they read. You know, I feel like if we were to go through one of them, it would apply to the other. So we'll dig in here. The most significant changes here are removing the 10-foot separation requirement from the main residence. Currently, our code states that if you want to go up to 3 feet on the property line, you have to be 10 foot away from the main residence. We're proposing to remove that. Secondly, is current code prohibits detached structures from being taller than the main residence, just as we previously discussed in the ag. We're proposing changes allow detached structures to be 25 feet tall and no taller than the existing residence or whichever is greater. And this is in line and kind of came from the detached accessory dwelling unit code change. Proposed changes also include removing the requirement that the detached structure be set back 10 feet from the front corner of the main residence in the given yard, in the given side yard. This would allow detached structures closer to the front property line, while of course maintaining setback requirements for that given zone. And lastly, proposed changes in regards to the side yard area only in the residential agricultural zone include removing the limitation that the structure be a maximum of 50% of the square footage of the main residence. This was removed a few years ago in the R1 zone, and I'm proposing to remove it out of this zone as well.
Eldon, my question is on the shade structure, the 30%. I know we've talked about this before, but I don't know. I just feel like if they want to add shade, let them add shade. We live in southern Utah. Like even if they have yard, I don't know. Like we have these small lots and then they want to cover their whole back porch with a shade structure. I don't see a problem in that as long as they're within their setback. I just feel like why are we dictating the 30%? I mean, shade is key around here, so. Especially in the backyard, what do we care if they shade their whole backyard as long as they keep to the safety of the building code?
Mike, you want to address that too? Councilman makes a good point. But since we have our building official here, can't let you get too comfortable.
Yeah, so the building code does address all conditions. Detached garage next to single-family dwellings. So the state's adopted the construction code, and it addresses whatever you want to put on your property for fire safety. So basically, you could put any structure on any property, and we can protect that structure and the neighboring property and the primary dwelling.
But our code requires us to be 30% of the landscaped area,
Up to, yeah.
up to. Along any other accessory structures located in the rear yard shall not cover more than 30%. It used to be 25. And I know I used to go back and forth with Drew on this because I talked to him about it, and he just, it's kind of how everyone felt, was they still wanted people to have yards. I think your yard can be whatever it is. If it's shaded with fire pits or whatever, or all concrete, I mean, I don't know why we care if it's 30% or not in the rear yard.
We do allow that. I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. We've got envelope, which is setback requirements for that lot. You can fill that up however you may.
You're just talking along the accessory structure? Because it says shade structures along with any other accessory structure located in the rear yard shall not cover more than 30% of the rear yard. Why do we
Or
care?
are you just proposing that we just strike? Yeah.
I'm trying to,
Because I don't necessarily have a problem striking it either.
I'm just trying to understand what our reasoning for it is. Because in the past, I could understand why we did that. Because you
I
just
think the
don't want to.
reasoning for it before, because we had because I think when it,
Channel your inner Drew, he'd say,
well, I didn't want to use his name, but it was a Drew thing.
I know it was, that's not.
it's something about keeping open space and keeping space between neighbors and just, but I don't know that I necessarily care either way either, but it's just,
And I'm just thinking of these 6,000 square foot lots, right?
the smaller the lot, the more your shade is necessary, right?
It's just, it might be 70% of your yard if you're under a 6,000 square foot lot, but if you had an acre, it might be 10%. It just,
Yeah, it doesn't apply the same.
so just, but you might be the same shade structure. So that's why I just question it. I don't want someone to be like, well, I want to shade my whole back porch because I literally have only 10 feet to my back fence. As long as I stay 3 feet away and it's 70% of my yard, why does it matter? But
I think staff's saying that they think it should be adjusted. What number do you want?
yeah, they're saying upward. I don't know. I'm just asking the question. Should we strike it? Should we up it? Like, I'm just throwing it out there because I think 30 is too small based on what I've seen people do with their shade structures.
We don't have a problem with this. The last 2 years, I have never had to go to bat. We changed this ordinance and the awning company, this is dialed. There's no well over this ordinance. On a lot, there's a buildable envelope. In your rear yard, that 10-foot setback that you cannot encroach into. 30% area is only meant to rule over that.
The other thing I think we need to
I get what
consider
you're saying, but
is that F addresses shade structures, but also other accessory structures. Do we need to define the difference between those
You probably need to scroll
before,
up to
if we're looking to go that way?
the upper section. So F is just a subsection to number 2.
Okay, let's define it.
One-story attached accessory besides may be located in the rear yard 3 feet at the furthest projection of the rear to meet the following criteria. So this is, F is a subsection of this master.
But 2 lends it to be, it's essentially the same thing.
But they're saying it's only 1-story attached accessory shade structures, open on 3 sides. It's not saying accessory structures.
Yeah, because what does it say on F there? I don't have it on my iPad.
F said the shade structure along with any other accessory structures located in the rear yard shall not cover more than 30%.
Yeah, any other accessory, I'm just kind of wondering where that comes into play, the any other accessory structures.
Moved on, we're on the ag, which isn't, within the ag, we don't dig into the tiered structure.
In the RA zone. Yeah, modified regulations, RA zone.
Which calls out 30% of the rear yard area, yeah.
Do all shade structures require a permit, a building permit?
If they're proposed with property line, yes,
In the
correct.
Attached to the building, they have to be, right?
I'm a proponent for open space in the back. Neighbors. Their window and have that open. And space between structures. As the code's written, I haven't had a problem with it. That's why we're here tonight to discuss it.
I think previously, one place where I'm a little bit confused is we've had this conversation, I know before, a couple of years ago maybe, and I know previously the backyard was defined as the back of the structure, regardless of what the setbacks were. I know that's how it was defined before because we had this conversation. So like, for instance, if you have a half-acre lot, you only build a 1,500 square foot house. Well, before, when we had this discussion before, the backyard was defined as anything behind the house, regardless of the setbacks in the backyard. So that's kind of new. So if that 30% only applies to what is between the setback and the lot line, then I think we should define that. Because that's a little different than the conversation we had, a year and a half ago or whenever we had talked about shade structures. I can't remember. So, but I agree with you. I like the definition of, you got your buildable area within the setbacks. I like the idea of being able to build basically whatever you want there, as long as it's up to code and stuff. And then I guess the next conversation is beyond those setbacks, in between the setbacks and the line, what do we do, 30%, 40%? So I would say maybe clarify what the backyard is, somewhere.
Note taken. Yeah, that's a great comment. Any thoughts? Percentage? Comfortable
I
with-
still read this, and not, again, lean on Thad, but I still read this as two separate things. I understand that we're under two, but the shade structure, along with any other accessory structures, can only be 30% of the rear yard. I read that as it's an aggregate of the shade structure and any other structure, but I would lean on a more trained mind to interpret that.
Staff's currently been interpreting it, sheds, wings, garages, verticals.
Backham says open 3 sides. Then under subsection 2, it says open on 3 sides. So then I wouldn't consider a shed as part of that.
That's the shade structure. I think the shade structure is
that's
defined by the open on 3 sides, and then the other one is and any other accessory structures.
Well, do you need attached accessory structures, comma, shade structures?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand if that's one shade structure, if that's a shade structure plus something else. That's what I'm not certain.
So you're working with, which is the old code, and we're trying to get, number 2 is meant to define for staff. It was a council code meant to define for staff the rear yard area, 3 feet. And then subsection F is instructing that within that rear yard area, no more than 30% should be a shade structure or any other accessory structure.
What would any other accessory structure be?
Any of the other building listed,
Shed,
shed.
she shed, he shed, wood shed.
a pool pavilion, you know, yeah. Do you build a veranda with a fireplace? Yeah, just any of the other
Okay.
type of stuff that people do in their, has a structure to it.
Okay.
So I think the part where us who talk about it all the time, as well as the public who don't talk about it nearly as much, is the recognizing what the rear yard area really is. It's not everything behind the front door, right? The rear yard area is this space, in your yard, where this projection is online. That's really the spot we're talking about. So Thad could go build whatever he wants outside of that. And I have a lot of room in my backyard that is outside of that, so I could build whatever I wanted, as long as I'm providing setbacks on all sides. But once you're in the rear yard area, which is really this area within the setback,
Why don't we call it something different? Instead of rear yard, say rear yard setback areas.
give us your ideas. That's what we're working on.
That's an idea. I'm just saying, because when I read rear yard, it's everything from my back porch over to my fence line. Has nothing to do with setbacks. There's no explanation on setbacks here. Well, I would just say it's everything back there. In my mind, even if you have, say you have 15 feet, and if you have a 10-foot setback, then I could build in 5 per your code, but it doesn't say that anywhere. So then does someone limit them to 30% when really it would be like maybe it's 40% with that extra 5 feet from the back porch out to the setback? Or why are we complicating it? Just do from the house, they can do. I mean, this is in the RA1 code, right? I'm just wondering about other codes too. Because the RA zone, I mean, that's a big lot, right?
Acre and larger.
Maybe it doesn't matter on this one, but I'm asking more for the R6 zone. I don't know. 'Cause this one probably doesn't matter because it's such a big, I mean,
Yeah.
this is, what is it?
30% is going to be plenty.
It's plenty. So
That's a good point.
how big is an RA? What's the minimum?
Half acre is the smallest.
30% is probably plenty. But again, I'm just thinking the small ones is what.
That's
I'm
where
thinking.
where the percentage gets really restrictive and inconsistent proportionately.
Saying our R6 or our 10,000.
We'll get into that in just a minute.
All right. Well, I only got up to RA. in my packs.
The takeaway from this is define and larger, we should be okay with the 30%.
That's what I'm hearing. Is that what, council, you're hearing?
I'm okay with it with the RA 30%.
You know, Mayor, this may be a distinction without a difference, but if you consider DIY, you consider hiring, is there anything to consider? Because if you don't have a permit, people can just build what they choose to. Or if you hire someone, then it has to be permitted and has to follow the regulations. Like I said, there may not be a difference there, but I think trying to make those two as equitable as we can would just be an interest of mine.
Are you, I mean, wouldn't they both be required to meet the same standard?
Yeah,
And they should have a
that would be
permit either way?
easiest to navigate through, just regardless, building permit required.
Unless they didn't get the building permit.
We do have the requirement, anything under 200 square feet, if it's just a structure, no plumbing, no electrical, no permits required. So a lot of homeowners are able to do those smaller by themselves. They come under that,
100 feet would be like the footprint of the shade structure itself.
correct?
All right, let's look at the other zones. Eldon?
With those sheds, do you still have to maintain the 3 feet? Little
Say that again.
small sheds that doesn't require a building permit. Do you still have to maintain those 3 feet setbacks?
Absolutely, yes, setbacks and height, yeah.
Ask another question, Eldon. I remember before you could request a 3-foot setback, but I remember having to go get a signature from every, like, power, water, everybody in order to have the 3-foot. I guess we don't have to do that any longer.
That request is to rule out utilities.
Okay,
Newer subdivisions, not been putting those public utility easements on the side and rear yards.
okay.
New developments do not require that request to be.
So like up where I live, I'd probably still have to go get signed off.
Correct, older developments. Okay, looking into the R1 zone here, and I propose, let's just read through this line by line here. We'll leave 10 minutes for the swimming and pool code to be addressed. So this is in the R1 zone, side yards, detached, and I'll just read what we're proposing the code to be. Detached garages and other accessory buildings and structures shall meet the following criteria. I'm proposing to remove the 10-foot separation, just to clean that up. Where applicable, a building permit is obtained. And proposing to reword this to read, setback shall maintain a 3-foot setback from property lines and shall not be taller than 20 feet. Additional height may be acquired by moving the structure into the lot. For each foot added to the setback beyond 3 feet, an additional foot may be granted to the height of the structure, but in no case be taller than 25 feet or whichever is greater. On corner lots, the required front yard setback will be maintained on both street frontages. Proposing to scratch the 10-foot setback from the front corner of the house and scratch the 50% requirement of the living unit as well. Accessory buildings and structures located in the side yard shall not cover more than 50% of the side yard area. Provisions of subsection C shall be met for encroachment. Number 2, 1-story attached accessory shade structures open on 3 sides may be located in the side yard area to within 3 feet at the furthest projection of the side property line and shall meet the following criteria. A building permit is required for all attached accessory shade structures. Maybe I'll just read proposed changes, or do we want to go through the whole code?
Changes.
Removing the front yard setback 20-foot requirement, because it does vary. I didn't want there to be any vagueness, whatever the front yard setback is. So that is all in the side yard area. Any concerns? So they would be held to the 50% requirement in the side yard. So we get into the rear yards now. Looking to detached private garages and other accessory buildings and structures shall meet the following criteria. Where applicable, a building permit is obtained. And again, the same verbiage from up above. Setbacks maintain a 3-foot setback from property line, no taller than 20 feet. Foot per foot as you come in off the property, held to 25 foot. The provisions of subsection C shall be met. And then here's where we get into the percentages. Accessory buildings and structures, including detached shade structures located in the rear yard, shall not cover more area than the following. And I'm going to look into some verbiage to define that rear yard area tied to the buildable envelope or the setback requirements. I'll have something when we meet next time. And then number 2, 1-story attached accessory structures. It may be located in the rear yard area to within 3 feet at the furthest projection. This is cutting in and out here. Property line and shall meet the following criteria. And then we dive into the percentages. Subsection C being met. And that is all of proposed changes.
Might just add in 9-1-6, we already have definitions on code for yard, front yard, rear yard, and side yard. Or the rear yard definition. A space on the same lot with, which is located between the rear line of the building, rear lot line, extending the full width of the lot. The depth of the rear yard is the minimum distance between the rear lot line and the rear line of the building. End quote. And so I think that's the definition that most of us don't remember when we hear the words rear yard, but it's not the entire backyard. It's just that space between the lot line and the last portion of the structure.
Can you read that one more time? Let me
Right.
get my head around that.
Rear yard, quote, a space on the same lot with the building which is located between the rear line of the building and the rear lot line, extending the full width of the lot. The depth of the rear yard is the minimum distance between the rear lot line and the rear line of the building. And so basically you get the piece of the portion of the building that extends most close to the rear lot line, and you draw two linear straight lot line, one of the rear building, that space between those.
But that's not the setback, because sometimes you're not to the setback.
Different than what we're talking about though, right? So that needs,
Misspoke. So what was previously discussed a year and a half ago is truth.
okay, yeah.
I misspoke.
Do we want to change that? I mean, so what Thad said, you know, I remembered from before. So if you've got a half-acre lot and you build a 1,200 square foot house, then the back of your house to the setback line might be 30 feet. And then from your setback line to the lot line, or 3 feet beyond the lot line, might be, you know, if it's a 10-foot setback, it's 7 additional feet. So define whether the backyard is from the allowable buildable area, which is the rear
I
setback.
think it's already defined. He just said it. It's defined from the end of your structure. So I think we need to leave it how we have it defined, but look at the percentages and decide how we want the percentage of that. Because if anyone says rear, it's like, it doesn't matter if your house is on the setback line or not. Your rear is your rear yard of everything back there, from the closest lot or part of your structure to your property line. That's your rear yard. That's what it said, right, Thad?
Yeah, I would say the definition, the code we're reading, that definition. And then setback is a separate regulation. And so the rear yard is essentially a space where we've traditionally said you can't build out all of it. Eldon's changes tonight are keeping some of the concepts of rear yard restrictions, but proposing that we liberalize them to allow more construction in them than we used to. The portion of the yard that's beyond the rear yard, you can build whatever you want. The city doesn't have a code that restricts. If you imagine it's a square lot and you got the rear yard and the side yard, and then there's still space within that lot, house on it, you can still fill that as much as you want. There's no restriction there. It's just when you start pushing into the rear yard or the side yard that these codes establish a standard.
I'm not sure I'm following that, because if we're assigning a percentage to the backyard, if there's two houses side by side on a half-acre lot, one is 1,200 square feet, the other one is a 4,000 square foot footprint, then if we assign a percentage, then the guy that built the 1,200 square foot house doesn't have the freedom to fill up his allowable building space.
He does under current definition. The backyard starts at the back of the house and goes all the way to your rear property line.
It's now you're restricting them to 30%.
We should be discussing
So
percentage.
you're restricting him to 30%. If he has more open space, he gets less area than his neighbor who has less, because he built his original structure. So
Not necessarily. 30% of a bigger usually much more space, so.
Well, all I'm saying is say they're identical, and this guy builds his here and this guy's here, and we have all this space. 30% of this area, it's different from this, and they should be identical is all we're saying.
Neighbor's rear yard is a different definition. So their construction in their rear yard does not have any bearing on the neighbor's rear yard allocations. What determines each lot's rear yard opportunities is the shape and size of the house and where they locate it in relation. That's mostly what determines what is able to happen.
Right, so one guy's able to use more of his yard than the other guy by code. That's just how it works out.
No, that's not what I'm saying. So I think you're thinking this is talking about setbacks, and you're right. If we let somebody build close to the property line and establish a line, a setback rule for the neighbor might apply, but this isn't setbacks. This is just imaginary envelopes that we define as rear yards and side yards, which are defined by the last spot they put their building and lot line to the rear or to the side of that. And so if you want to maximize your lot, you'll place your house in a way that gives you maximum opportunity. Now, I've always understood it to be that if you got a big backyard and a small house, 30% of that is massive. You could put a ton of stuff on a big lot, right?
My concern isn't the big ones, it's this R16. Because it says 30%, and I'm telling you, I see them all over town. They put shade structures basically within 3 feet of their back fence, and it just covers the whole back because they can't do much else with it, so they want to shade it all. I just don't want to limit, and I don't mind, I think they look good. Like, it doesn't bug me because they're already tight density. So if it's 30, I'm just saying that's the thing that I'm struggling with is if they want to put 30%, it just seems kind of small because then they could only do a small little shade structure when maybe they wanted to shade across the whole back of their house. That's all I'm saying is how do we accomplish that? The R115s and the R12s, they probably are fine at 30% or maybe you bump it a little. I don't know.
To accomplish that, where you want it. You could
Yeah.
say an R1% of the rear yard.
Question is there a percentage that makes it more equitable?
Hard to make it equitable between lots that have very different characteristics, right? And so I don't know how to make it equitable. For you as a body, the question is what's in the best interest of the city and the citizens that inhabit it? Right? What's in the best interest of the public people that live here?
What makes it equitable is how Eldon defined it when he misspoke. That makes it equitable. Because he said you can build anything you want inside envelope, which is the setbacks. But then the 30% applies to outside the setbacks. That's what makes it equitable. So if I was going to be a geometry math teacher, and if I had my old overhead projector from school and was able to do two examples side by side, one was a 1,200 square foot footprint, one was a 4,000 square foot footprint on the same size lot. And if we calculated how many total square foot of structure somebody could do doing it by this, the guy that originally did the 4,000 square foot footprint would be free to build so much more square footage than the guy that originally did the 1,200 square foot.
It would be less actually because he has less rear yard to work from. The 4,000 yard would, because say he only had 1,000 square feet left, he could only do, 300.
Let's say he went all the way to the setbacks. Then he could use an additional 30% inside the setbacks. But the 1,200 square foot guy can only use 30% of the whole remaining amount of the yard in the back.
Technically would be more yardage because it's bigger square footage of area.
What if we just let you build within the setbacks, whatever size you want? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Shade within the rear, the side and rear setbacks.
I'm fine with that for the smaller densities, the zones, but the bigger ones make sense at 30 because you don't want.
So if you take your two lots, Councilman Henderson, and imagine them without a building, setback laws should be identical per the two lots. What gets challenging is we then add a layer of rear yard and side yard definitions, which entirely correlate to where you put your house and what size it is. And so the reason that exists is because historically, we've tried to have some policy not allowing all of those to be filled with structures. And I think the reason was a historical policy that we want to let people build everything right up to the lines, because that does have some impact on neighbors if we let them fill all the space right up to their line with something. So the question is, do you like that percentage? Do you want to higher? Do you want to lower? And how do you want it in the different zones? Then, as we've met on our meetings to discuss this and work it through, there still is a commitment to the principle of what you do in your backyard can impact the neighbors on the other sides of it, and the city should have some regulation so that neighbors have protection from just a rooftop right up to the.
Which I agree with. That's why I'm not opposed to having a percentage. It's just, I think the R16 should be of the rear yard,
50.
% at least.
Council, you feel okay about that?
So for R16 and R18, it's 50, and then,
I ask a question there.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Eldon, when someone comes in for a building permit and they are trying to, they're placing their house on their lot, is there anything in the paperwork that will give them the information of what they would be entitled to depending on the house that they build, or is that way too far in the weeds? I'm just asking, is there information that they could get when they get their building permit to know the differences between what they could get if they built this house or that house in relation to what Councilman's talking about?
Yeah, we vet through that when we sit down and look at their site plan. We don't have a one-stop document for that, as every application's unique in their own way. We do the best to be proactive out the gate and in those initial meetings, though.
But if you were to tell them that this is the 50%, let's say that we go ahead with that, and they know that on the front side of building their house, that this would be what they were entitled to.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about,
This guy built all the way out to his setbacks, plus he gets an extra 30% of his backyard. This poor guy couldn't afford to build a house that big in the beginning. He's screwed when he goes to build another. Look how big the shade structure is compared to that.
So
That doesn't matter.
So he can do shade, shed, or whatever he wants inside of the rear and side line. So he can still do whatever he wants inside of those lines. So he couldn't afford, let's say that the bank wouldn't loan him any more money for a bigger house. So he got as much house as he could get loaned. That spot between your two rectangles that's inside both the rear and side yard, he can still do whatever he wants next year when he wins the lottery there, which includes more structure or shade structures and sheds and pools with zero limitation. But the minute his lottery money starts to go into the rear yard or the side yard, he's got the same percentage that his neighbor has, which is 30% of wherever his back line is. He is locked into whatever he designs on that pad. But there's a portion of that pad that he didn't build that his neighbor did, that he still has zero regulation as to percentages as to what he puts into there. Does that make sense? Hold your picture up and I'll.
So he could fill all of the rest of that up and another 30%, correct?
Yeah, all the rest of that is without regulation. So there's no 30% that applies to any of that yet. But wherever his boundary lines go is where the 30% would.
so what I'm hearing, council, is that on the R16, that you're talking to staff about bringing this back when it comes for your vote at a 50% of the rear yard, which we have a more clear understanding of that now. Are you wanting to look at any changes on the R16 and R18, 50 and 50? On the R110, are you thinking
Well, it would be 50, and you'd need to increase the 50% that's on the.
on the combined?
The side
So are you
yard.
thinking like 50 and 60 or 50 and 70
Oh, 50 and 70 is fine with me.
for R16, R18?
Just
What,
to-
what would you like staff to do on R110? Same thing?
Yeah, it's good with me.
Anything on the larger lots?
I think
Or
30.
they're okay with 30?
12 is a pretty big lot. I don't know, I'd probably change that to 52.
Okay. When you bring that back to the council for a vote, unless I hear any objections,
But can we separate R112, R15 and R130? Because above R130, maybe we
do you want to just drop the R112 in with the R110?
I'm thinking of R115 too, but I don't know. What do you guys think? So let's move R112 and R115 up to the R110 and be the same code. And then everything below would keep it at 30 for those bigger lots.
And those, okay.
R130, R140 would then be the 30%.
And the others 50 and 70?
And usually on those bigger lots, that's plenty of space. Yeah.
Eldon, we'll give you the last word before we bring Mike up. What's going to get even more exciting when we talk about swimming pool safety requirements.
50% of the rear yard except 50%.
Correct.
Okay.
And then drop an R112 and R115 into there too, with the 6, 8, and 10.
Gotcha. Items, I'll take 2 minutes before we move on to building official Mike here. Proposing that we repeal 2 areas of code as we're addressing them in these sections. We have limits them to 25% of the rear yard, which we haven't been following since we updated this code. Makes sense to repeal this and abide by what we're discussing right now, that percentage. And then also the maximum height of accessory buildings was addressed in these
Councilman
codes.
Ivy. Thanks, Eldon.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Good job, council. And then the final item before I'll call for a motion to go into closed session is swimming pool safety requirements, building official Mike Haycock.
So the building department is requesting to review and receive recommendations of the Washington City Pool Fence Ordinance. Pool contractors have requested that our city be uniform with the state construction code and other surrounding local communities. Pool covers are the safest way to keep young children from entering a pool unsupervised, and they help with energy efficiency and water conservation. Nationally recognized building codes have been developed with an understanding that either a fence designed in accordance with the standards as stated in the staff report or a UL listed cover is sufficient. In an effort for uniformity and having an obligation to enforce a minimum building code, the building department supports the recommended changes.
Can you just define those clearly? I don't see it in, it's not in our packet. If you could just kind of define those changes.
So specifically, you would delete the whole chapter and just reference the state construction code. So what the state legislature has approved is what our city ordinance will reflect.
So what changes from what we have been doing to what they require?
So we're requiring both the pool cover and the fence. So.
On new construction.
On new constructed pools. So the code has an option of either or. So if you do the pool cover, you still have to have a fence. If you don't do the pool cover, you still have to have a fence. So we're making them do twice when there's a pool cover.
That's what we're doing now?
Yeah. Right now, if you do a pool cover, you still have to do the fence.
And you're proposing that if they have the pool cover per the state code, that's all we do?
That's all we require. And I believe typically people are still going to do the fence for privacy.
Yeah.
But the open view lots is where I found that people don't typically want to do that, but those usually away from the public way.
And that matches our neighbors, correct?
Yes,
Because I've had that complaint by people saying, why do you require both?
yes.
I do think we need to make a distinction, though. I had a pool and in July, if you don't open it up and let the water breathe, it is so hot when you get in it that it would be very uncomfortable. So are times when the safety matter, people might think, hey, we need to keep it open so we can use it. By leaving it open without a fence, that could create a problem. I'm just gonna state that because in my family, our fence was the safeguard because the cover was open most days and then closed at nights.
Our code, as it currently stands, also the international code, which the state has adopted, neither of those apply to what you do after you've been permitted and inspected. So this code applies to when the building department comes and inspects your pool. They're gonna make sure you have a pool cover if that's what the requirement is. But they don't come back and make sure you have it on in July. Does that make sense? And so whether you use the pool cover or whether you close the gate on the fence is something that we don't regulate yet.
What do you think, council? You want to follow the state code on this and amend the ordinance?
I've run into this more times than I care to admit, where, we put a rated cover in, and then I've had to put a wrought iron fence. My personal house had to put a wrought iron fence over the top, which I didn't want, but, 15 grand later, I put the wrought iron fence on top. I had another one where the handle was in the wrong spot, and so I had to tear gates off and have gates recut and done to move a handle. Had another one where I had to go an 8-foot section. I had to put an extra course of blocks across the top to maintain the height. Let's see.
Sounds like he needs to read code.
Sounds like you,
This would be,
where you cut and measure?
it's not,
The problem is our code was way more strict than the other,
not a
Jason.
rated cover, you have your protective, your protection for the pool or for the.
I think your point gets to the gist, and it's not the state code, it's the International Pool and Spa
Oh,
Code
that's right, okay.
that the state has adopted. So we've always been International Building Code and International Plumbing Code, and then the state had their own wonky kind of Utah plus International Pool and Spa. They still do to just a few definitions, but then we, the city, had our own little addition to that. This proposal is we're going to repeal everything and become uniform with the Utah State Pool and Spa Code as the states adopted it. And so there's one or two definitions that they've made unique to us is about the only Utah centric thing there. The rest of it should be standards that are uniform across the board.
Good, looking for nods here,
Did our
council.
code also require a taller fence? Didn't it require
Yeah.
a 6-foot fence in the code?
Correct.
You okay with that coming back?
I begged Drew to make this change years ago, so I'm glad that it's finally coming forward, so.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Well done. Last item on this agenda is closed session. I'll call for a motion to go to closed session to discuss purchase, exchange, or lease of property.
Made.
Have a motion by Councilman Belliston,
Second.
second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
I heard that as a unanimous vote, 5-0. Today is Wednesday, March 25th, 2026. We are at Washington City Hall in the council chambers for our regular meeting. Our meetings are streamed live and archived at washingtoncity.org/meetings. We appreciate our relationship with the Interfaith Council and all they do to lift our community. And it's my pleasure to invite Sharon Shores of the Universal Life Church Ministries to start our meeting. Good to see you again, Sharon. Welcome back.
Same here. So for those that don't know about the Interfaith Council, we do at least 150 prayers every year across the various cities. And we're probably going to change our logo to, rather than St. George Interfaith Council, we're going to add down below it, serving all of Washington County, because we just added Leeds, and I think Hurricane is interested in having us pray in. So
We started something over here, didn't we?
yes, sure did. So for those that don't know what the Interfaith Council do, we meet once a month, and there's about 20 different faiths. So we have Baha'i, Quaker, Episcopalian, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Methodist. We even have Quaker, believe it or not, and Muslim, and of course the Jewish community also. So we also sponsor the Crop Walk every year in November that helps raise food, money for food, for not only our local area, but also internationally. We also host Prayer Over the City every January 1st of every year, and we also now host a Harmony concert, which we just had last weekend, so. All right, with that, let us pray. Heavenly Father, we gather today in a spirit of reflection and shared purpose, mindful of the significant responsibilities held within this chamber and within each and every one of us, even as citizens in this community. May all approach this work with an unwavering integrity, kindness, respect, ensuring that honesty and transparency guide every action and word. We know that these leaders have a deep love for our community, and this is the foundation of every decision that they make, always prioritizing the well-being and the future of those that they serve. We recognize that our strength lies in our diversity. May we honor the unique perspectives and lived experiences of every resident, fostering an environment of respect where all voices are heard and valued. We honor the work that our elected officials do as they work to create a stronger community. Let us all build bridges of understanding and belonging. We ask your blessing on each of these leaders, their families, and all participants present tonight. We also ask your blessing for all the first responders, police officers, firefighters who work diligently to keep our community safe. Together, let us move forward with an honor and a commitment to the common good. We ask all of this in the name of your Son, Christ Jesus, and all of his children said, amen.
Amen. Thank you. We really appreciate you. I've asked Councilman Kurt Ivey to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Will you please rise and repeat after me? Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Council, before I call for a motion to approve the agenda, I will make note that we do not have need to go to closed session. That said, I'll call for a motion to approve the agenda as outlined. Have a motion by Councilman Belliston,
Second.
second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The agenda is approved unanimously. We'll move on to announcements. The first part of that section is, it will be my opportunity at this time to read a mayoral proclamation to declare April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Are you here for this item? Would you come and introduce yourself and talk a little bit about the inspiration and our coordination on this proclamation? Introduce yourself and your organization.
Thank you so much. My name is Geraldine Pedrosa, and I'm with Prevent Child Abuse Utah. We are very grateful for this recognition and for your commitment to raise awareness about child abuse prevention. Our important mission, well, very important mission, is to make sure that the families that are in the community, that we can serve them with tools, with confidence, and with all the resources that they need to make sure that they can thrive and they can raise their children in a happy and healthy environment. So we have, let's say, we are like an umbrella, right? So we have the educational team that they go through all the schools in Utah, creating awareness and making sure that the kiddos know, how to have more tools to protect themselves and to make sure that the schools and the families are more aware of what we need to do in certain cases. And the other part of the organization are the home visiting programs. We have 4 amazing programs to make sure that the first-time moms through a 9-year-old, they have all the tools that they need to raise their children. And we just work hard. We're very passionate about them. We believe what we do, and we really, we're grateful for your support. And we're gonna keep doing this.
I love it.
We've been doing that in Northern Utah for more than 20 years, and we've been in Southern Utah and in Central for 2 years now. So we're serving Washington County and Iron County right now.
Wonderful. Your passion is evident. You have an audience here and that will watch this later throughout the community. What is your message to them, from the heart about preventing child abuse?
From the heart, we need to join our forces, make sure that we are together on this, that we never forget about how important our children are. And we have to join forces to make sure that we are supporting and we are protecting our kids. The more we are aware of child abuse prevention, the more things we are going to be able to do. And this is a very important matter. We have no idea how important this is and how much good we can do being together and making sure that the commitment that we are doing today with this proclamation, it keeps moving on time, and we don't never forget this. So thank you so much, and we are going to keep doing the best that we do, all that we can do to support our children.
You're wonderful. And I know my council, we've got moms and teachers and dads and builders and, amazing group here. I know this council cares. What would you have them be the messages that they share with the community, and what can they do to support?
Reach out to Prevent Child Abuse Utah so we can have all the families that we can serve, refer to us the families that they know that they're in need, or they're like, not only in need, but they would use our services, right? We go to the families with tools, with support, with so many resources to just share with them and make sure that they're okay and that they're thriving, which is so important.
So they can be aware and refer them for that resource.
Exactly. It's
be
absolutely
advocates.
free. Yes, exactly. Just make sure that we have these home visiting programs in Southern Utah, well, in Central too, and but this is, we're here to serve. We are here, open ears, open hearts, and as soon as you know of people or communities that needs us, please reach out to Prevent Child Abuse Utah.
Wonderful. So it was perfectly said. Thank you. So at this time, it will be my honor to declare April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Washington City, and I'm going to read and sign a proclamation to that effect. Whereas children are our most valuable resource and will shape the future of Washington City, Utah. And whereas childhood trauma, including abuse and neglect, is a serious issue affecting all segments of our community, and addressing it requires the collective effort and involvement of all. And whereas childhood trauma can have long-term psychological, emotional, and physical effects, resulting in lasting consequences for victims. And whereas protective factors are conditions that reduce risk and promote the social, emotional, and developmental well-being of children. And whereas effective child abuse prevention efforts depend upon strong partnerships among child welfare professionals, educators, healthcare professionals, community and faith-based organizations, businesses, law enforcement agencies, and families. And whereas communities must make every effort to support programs and activities that strengthen children and families. And whereas we recognize the importance of working together to raise awareness of child abuse and to promote the well-being of children and families in safe, stable, and nurturing environments. And whereas prevention remains the most effective means of protecting children and supporting families. Now, therefore, we recommit to ensuring that every child grows up in a safe, nurturing environment that is free from abuse and neglect. I, Mayor Cress Staley, and the City Council of Washington City do hereby proclaim the month of April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Washington City, Utah, and urge our citizens to join in preventing child abuse and providing ongoing support for survivors.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Preventing is the key. Thank you.
A few reminders, Council, in case Councilman Ivey has forgotten. Saturday, March 28th, from noon to 4 p.m. will be the ribbon cutting for the Washington Wills Park. He hasn't forgotten about that, I promise you, and none of this council has forgotten. So we encourage you to be there on Saturday. There will be music and food trucks and professional skaters and bike riders and giveaways. It will be a wonderful event for a remarkable community asset in the Washington Wills Park. Also on Saturday, April 4th, as we celebrate Easter at 9:50 a.m. here at Veterans Park will be the annual Lions Club Easter egg hunt. And honestly, it's just pandemonium. So many kids, they blow the whistle and the kids just run and they get more candy than they could possibly eat. Any other announcements that I may have missed, Council? We'll move on to the next item on the agenda. At this point, I'm asking if there are any declarations of abstentions and conflicts.
Mayor, I'm going to step down for item 7A.
Duly noted. Anything else, Council? Seeing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda, which consists of the approval of minutes from the City Council meeting of 2/25/26 and the board audit report from February 2026. Any clarifications? If not, I'm happy to entertain a motion to approve.
Mayor, I can make that motion to approve the consent agenda as outlined.
I have a motion by Councilman Ivey, a second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved unanimously. We have 3 public hearings. If you're here for a public hearing tonight, can you just raise your hand so I can kind of gauge? Okay. We'll move on to item 5A. And before we get into any of the public hearings, I will make note that we did not receive any electronic public comment on any of these items in this particular section. So item 5A is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for easement abandonment EV-26-02 located at Lions Head subdivision lots 164 and 165. Assistant Public Works Director John Hinkie will present on this item. You're already there.
I'm already here.
Take it
Good
away,
evening, Mayor
John.
and Council. Yes, we have folks who purchased lots 164 and 165 up in Lion's Head with the intent to combine that into a single lot and do some additional improvements. As part of that, they've asked to vacate the rear yard utility easements between the two lots. We're good with that we don't have any utilities in there, so we would recommend approval for vacating the utility easements.
Okay. Any questions for John? Thanks, John.
Thank you, sir.
Is the applicant here? Does the applicant want to say anything? No need. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. Anyone who would like to speak to this easement abatement application, this is your opportunity. Seeing none, I am going to close the public hearing and turn to the council for further discussion and/or a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve item 5A for the abandonment of the code EV 26-02.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Ivy. Let's go roll call, beginning with Councilmember Belliston, Henderson, Coates, Ivy, Casperson. That is approved 5-0. Next item is item 5B. This is a public hearing and consideration to approve height waiver HW-26-01 for a church located at Waters Edge Way and Groves Parkway. Community Development Director Eldon Gibb will present.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Here on the screen is the location the church is going in. And pull up the other exhibit here. The steeple is closest to Groves Parkway, as you can see there, and this is what it will look like. The applicant is asking to extend beyond the maximum 45-foot height requirement to a proposed 69-foot tall, and that's for the steeple. The main portion of the church is shown at 29 foot 1 inch. That concludes staff report. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Questions for the Community Development Director? Is the applicant or the applicant's representative here? At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak to this height waiver application, now is your opportunity. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and turn to the council for further discussion and/or a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the height waiver HW 26-01 for a church located at Waters Edge Way and Groves Parkway.
I have a motion by Councilwoman Casperson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Belliston. We'll go roll call, beginning with Councilmember Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Nay.
Ivy. Casperson. Belliston. That is approved on a vote of 4-1.
Mayor, may I have a moment?
Go ahead.
Reason why I voted nay is because the master developer hasn't finished the landscaping on Washington Fields Road.
Duly noted. We appreciate you, Councilman Coates. Item 5C, this is a continuation of a public hearing for the Emergency Services Sales and Use Tax. We're going to continue that to March 11th, but we didn't have a quorum, so we renoticed and continued and opened up that public hearing for today, March 25th. Jeremy Redd will present on this item. Mr. Redd.
I don't know if I have a lot more to add, Mayor, as far as the public hearing. Just allow people to make any comments that they have on the new proposals or anything from last time.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jeremy. That said, I will open up the floor for a public hearing for anyone who would like to speak regarding the Emergency Services Sales and Use Tax that has been discussed and is on the agenda for this evening. And if you'll just remember to state your name and try to keep your comments to around 2 to 3 minutes, succinct and well-spoken is best. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on item 5C. And thank you for anyone who was here for that particular item. There is not a vote on that until a later item tonight. We're going to move to section 6. We have a number of resolutions. Item 6A is consideration to approve a resolution imposing an emergency services sales and use tax subject to voter approval and submitting the question to the voters at the November 2026 general election. City Manager Jeremy Redd will present to the council on this item.
Thanks, Mayor. A month ago, we had a really robust public hearing and a lot of discussion amongst the council. So this resolution is my attempt to take the direction I believe that at least some council members were interested in going and put a 1% EMS sales and use tax resolution forward for your consideration. And then B it kind of goes along with it, but it's a policy intent. So my recommendation would be that if you pass A, you also pass B, or if you don't pass them, you don't pass either one. But B is the policy intent behind the resolution A, so that voters understand exactly where the city sits if they pass the sales tax or if they don't.
And Jeremy, on that, as you present to the council, there was, in the discussion, there was interest in having that drafted, talking about putting that to the voters. There's also another component of that, as I recall. Is that on item 6B, or is that part of the 6A?
So, I can run through 6A really quickly, but what 6A will do is add the 1% sales tax to the ballot to allow voters to vote for that. And if they do, then the city council has expressed its intent that if the voters approve the tax, the city will pursue a reduction in the city's portion of property tax by 50%.
Okay.
So that's sort of the trade-off. If they'll pass the sales tax, which allows everyone to help with the burden, then we'll reduce the property tax by 50%, which is a tax just on our residents.
Is that on 6A?
That's on 6A, and it's also in 6B, both the policy resolution as well. So I'll read, I think it's important, the ballot proposition. This is what would go on the ballot.
Yes, that's what I'd like you to read, is the ballot
So
proposition.
here's the wording. Shall Washington City impose a 1% emergency service sales and use tax on taxable sales within the city to fund emergency services such as fire protection, ambulance service, and emergency medical response? If approved, the city council has expressed its intent to reduce the city portion of property taxes by approximately 50%, subject to truth and taxation requirements, and then yes or no. So that's essentially what you're doing, is putting that language on the ballot for the voters to decide. Would they like to essentially trade a sales tax increase for a property tax decrease?
And it's important to note that I understand the intent of the council on sending this to the voters. The council would have the authority to enact a 0.33%, but anything above that, when this does say up to, I will make note that sales tax is not applicable to food, fuel, and pharmaceuticals. I just want to make that clarification. Councilman Belson.
Jeremy, because the law is drafted that says up to, and we haven't really had good discussion on, how much we're going to actually, what we're forecasting to use the money for, or haven't put like identified what we as a city want to pursue, right? Should we say up to the 1% emergency sales and use tax in the ballot initiative? Because that's what the law reads.
The reason I wouldn't recommend that is because you're tying it to a sales tax decrease. So if you want to tell the voters exactly what they're voting for. What are you putting in and what are you taking out? If you leave it ambiguous, then we have a problem with people saying, I didn't know what I was voting for. This, if you say it's up to, but we'll figure it out later, then that causes concern. Same issue. I had it brought up where we say we'll reduce the city's portion of property taxes by approximately 50%. We can also remove that approximately just by 50%. So 100% sales tax, 50% property tax decrease. That's what you're voting for, and that's what we would stick to.
Apologize, I thought you were.
Go ahead, Councilman.
So there could be another option as well, where we could identify what that percentage is. I'm not really comfortable with reducing property taxes. Property tax is the financial foundation of the city. Sales tax is an important supplement, but not as reliable in my opinion. I wonder if there isn't value in allowing us to have time to work through the general budget, the city budget, to be able to talk with department heads and take a close, deep dive into the budget before we make a decision on this, where I agree with what Councilman said. We haven't had a real meaningful, in-depth discussion. And I don't feel comfortable voting on anything tonight because of that. Now, so I will definitely want it to go to our citizens, but I don't want it tied to a reduction in property tax where they may not understand exactly what that means, which is on a $500,000 house, half of the city's portion of that is around $230. That means that instead of $230, they would pay $115. They need to understand that it's not a direct relationship between the two. So my question is this. I know that this is a big lift for all of us. It's a hard thing. We do recognize that we have to do something for our public safety. Whether it's this year or not, I don't know, because like I said, I don't feel like we've had the discussion yet. But where I would like to look is take the time, and I don't want to be redundant, but I want to be clear, that we take some time. We have some workshops where we can ask questions and we can look at data and we can prepare for our next year's budget before we make a decision on this, because I need to know, first of all, that we need it. Now I have to have a better idea of how much we need if we do approve it. But again, I don't want to be redundant, but I think property tax is for the foundation. I think it would be precarious if we tried to adjust that, but that is just my thoughts thus far.
To answer your question, you have until August to get it on the ballot. So as long as you pass a resolution before August, then you can put it on the ballot. That's the timing. That's
Further discussion and comment? This is the opportunity to discuss this.
Yeah, I'd just like to say this. I mean, if we have an opportunity to allow the public to weigh in and make the decision on, you know, whether or not it gets approved, I mean, we can always do the 0.33, but I don't see a problem with reducing the compelled tax and going more towards that consumer-based tax, you know, understanding and knowing that there is a little bit of a windfall in there, and knowing that we do have other obligations in the city with respect to, we have an underserved area south of town. If we just did the 0.33%, that keeps us treading water, but it doesn't give us the opportunity to look at, you know, fire station down in, you know, south of the fields. It doesn't give us the opportunity to find the funds for the fire station on Washington Dam Road that we all know needs to be reworked. It was never meant to be a full-time fire station. It was a volunteer fire station when it was built. And, you know, certainly ambulatory services in our community, I think, is important. We're already showing up to any medical calls anyway. And then we turn around, and when Gold Cross shows up, they get to charge the insurance. You know, if we're showing up, why not look at expanding ambulatory services in our community? All while providing a tax cut to our residents. Because at the end of the day, that's what this really is an opportunity to cut taxes from our residents and shift the burden to the tourists and the non-residents.
Jeremy, what percentage of the of sales taxes on this would be paid for by non-residents?
we don't have exact numbers, but all of our data is somewhere between 80 to 85% at our largest sales tax producer. So it varies by location.
And what percentage of our current total property tax and sales tax revenue approximately is going towards public safety, fire and police services?
We're about 88% right now of our sales.
So almost 9 out of every $10 is going towards public safety.
Yeah.
How many firefighters in the preliminary budget that you've got right now? How many new fire and or police positions are we able to allocate with where we are?
So I put together a new budget based on what we have, and there are no new fire, police, or any other positions in the budget.
Jeremy, can you talk a little bit about the effective rate of property tax? Effective rate meaning as the value goes up, the rate goes down.
Okay.
Doesn't keep up with inflation.
Yeah, property tax is set to be rate neutral. So we collect about $5 million in property tax, and the way that that's set up is we will always collect $5 million. So if property values go up, the rate goes down. So we collect $5 million. It's not, there's no inflationary component to property tax.
So we're losing buying power with, as Councilman Ivey correctly said, property tax is a stable portion, but currently about 1/3 of our general fund budget, or is it less than that now?
Well, it's about a third of the taxes that we collect. So
A
we're
third
collecting
of the
about
property and combined
$10
property and
million
sales tax.
in sales tax, $5 million in property tax. So it's 1/3 of the total.
Okay. I just want to make sure that some of those things are clear.
Yeah.
Councilman Belliston, do you have more to say on this? I know Councilman Coates has some, or at least does.
Well, I'll state my position. The last meeting was, I had a lot of public comment, and I appreciate the public comment. One gentleman I can see tonight told us we failed if we have to increase taxes, and I took that to heart. I started thinking, where did I fail? Where did I fail? I think where I failed is we didn't act soon enough in our problem, is how I look at it. I didn't realize we were in this, I knew it was creeping, but I didn't understand that we were that far behind on our fire and police. If it keeps, it just because, I've been here 6.5 years and it keeps coming a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. And again, I mentioned we bought 3 fire trucks since I've been on council. I don't think they bought 3 fire trucks in the 30 years prior to that, right?
With CARES Act money.
I understand that some of that money came from that, but some of it came from our budget too, right? So I'm just saying, there's a lot of things, and EMS has cost way more now than it ever has before. I think we failed in the fact that we didn't increase our impact fee on the fire. If we have that big of a need, they should be paying for that, the new development, right? So I think we failed on that aspect. So this is me reflecting on the comment, because it hit hard. I'm like, yeah, where did I fail? Where did I fail in acting? And I felt like I failed in that, not having enough information, not paying attention to it. And I'll admit, I didn't. I thought it was little by little. I asked the questions, but felt we were okay. And to come to find out this year that we really could use it, I'm like, hey, we have to act. Now's the time to act if we're not going to act. I am concerned about getting rid of the 50% property tax, because it is. But I also think if we want to take it to the voters, I'm for taking it to the voters. But we need the 0.33 let the voters decide on if we want to go a better level of service for our community. That's kind of where I'm landing.
Address maybe a couple of concerns with that.
Yeah.
First off, Representative Elison recognizes that the fire and EMS and public safety is becoming more and more difficult for us to foot the bill for, right? And so that's why he wrote this bill. But of the tools that we have to raise the revenues that we need, they hit our citizens first, right? Even impact fees. It may not be our citizen today, but somebody who's paying impact fees when they build a house is going to be our citizen. So all of those tools are hitting our citizens first. And this allows us to hit the tourists and the people that aren't our citizens first.
Disagreeing with you. I 100% agree with you. I agree that I'm for doing the 0.33 now, because it really, it helps now with what we need to help with our fire. And it does affect all the tourists and everybody that comes in. It doesn't affect our fuel. It doesn't affect our food. It doesn't affect those things. And it's only for fire. It's not like we're saying it's a sales tax and then we're going to go spend money on a trail or a park or something that's not, it's earmarked for emergency services.
Do you think the 0.33 is enough?
Do I think it's enough? I think it gives us a good shot. Do I think it's 100% enough? No, it probably doesn't. But then that's where I say, give it to the voters. Say, okay, we need 0.3 to sustain, to get caught up. After that, let that be decided on the voters if they want better level of service.
I agree with you, but so here's why I like this, is because it does two things. One is it gives our people a net tax cut, right? And it allows our voters to make the call, right? Not just us imposing a tax on them. And, it gives them something in return. It's not just an increase, right? How often are we just increasing taxes or increasing costs on our voters? This is an opportunity to reduce some of their burden and reduce some of their load, right? Now, do we need the full one? Maybe not. But if they vote the one in, am I gonna look at ways to benefit the community by adding a fire station next year versus in 10 years or 15 years? Absolutely, because we know there's a need today, and it's a twofer, right? So
So what happens if it gets voted down?
maybe if it,
Say the voters say we don't want
and
it.
then I have no problems doing the 0.33 if the voters don't want to do it, but if the voters allow us to go past the 0.33 up to the 1%, then we can give them something in return.
But wait,
Shift that burden to the tourists that are causing a lot of the problems. And again, we already know that there's identified needs within our community, and the voter gets a twofer. It's not just they get a property tax cut, which helps ease their burden, but if we're able to move forward with the fire station in the areas, or the upgrades on the fire station, or the ambulatory services, then it changes the ISO rating. It also allows them to reduce their insurance on their home, right? So it's not just a straight tax cut. It's a twofer for our residents, right? And if there's a way to reduce our residents' costs while increasing our level of service to our residents and allowing them the choice instead of just imposing it on them, I think that's a win-win-win for.
but what happens if sales tax goes down?
Then we go, that's the property tax.
None of this is,
Right, but they had
no one
it-
ever wants to do this.
What's that?
No one wants to raise taxes. No one ever wants to do that.
Exactly.
You just said you'll do the 0.33 anyways. So why not do it now and then put it out to the voters for the 1%?
I think it kills the conversation with anybody to say, hey, I just raised your taxes. Hey, please vote to raise it more, right? Let the voter let the voter make the choice. And
You're saying you're gonna raise it either way.
I'm saying we have a revenue problem, and if they choose to raise the taxes, then I want to be able to give them an opportunity to reduce their cost and reduce their load on their home, which is a compelled tax. That's the one tax they can't get away from, right? That's the one tax that people will never own their home because their home gets taxed.
I agree and disagree, because we all still have to get home, right?
No?
We have to pay for our streets to get to our homes, so there has to be some tax, right? We have fuels, we have those. I'm just saying, I agree with you because it's frustrating that you can't own your home. I'm with you, property tax sucks. But it helps pay for schools, it helps pay for those things help, right? Most of the property tax doesn't go to Washington City. Like Councilman Ivy said, $230 was his, right, for the year?
Well, like on an average home.
An average, sorry, I missed
They
that.
got a pretty nice home.
Our home, okay, $230.
That's $23,000 of retail sales. It's not fuel, not pharmacy, and not grocery. That's $23,000 of buying TVs or stuff in our community to break even with that.
And yeah, but what if it stops? What if we're in a down economy and it stops?
First off, there is a little bit of a windfall in the 1%. I'll face it, there is a little bit of a windfall. So if you do have a little bit of a reduction, then you're able to weather that. But you can still come back and say, hey, folks, we have to fund these things. We have to keep the level of public safety going. When was last year? How many people did we hire for the fire department? None. What about the year prior to that?
3.
3. And in the last 3 years, how many people has our city grown?
We add about 2,300 residents a year on average.
Okay, so we got 3 people 3 years ago,
About a city the size
none
of,
last year, and none this year. We have to do something. And I think we can all agree with that. But if we allow the voter the opportunity to make the choice, give them something in return. And again, what's the number? Is it 25% of the property tax? Is it, I mean, quite frankly, we could shift the whole thing and cut all their property tax, but I'm with you. I think the residents ought to have at least, some skin in the game, but let's take some of their burden away and shift it to the tourists.
I think we should shift as much to the tourists as we can.
Great, this is a way to shift more burden to the tourists than we would normally.
My point is, we need to do it now and do. So I'm gonna tell you my proposal. I'm fine with the 50% reduction if we do the 0.33 now, if it gets voted in up to 1%. But we have to do the 0.33 now, and the remainder will be voted on. No, how's it a 6-month gamble? You said you're gonna do it anyways. We need it now, move forward.
I want I want it to pass so that my residents can get a tax cut,
I
right?
do too.
And so I just think it.
Residents decide they wanted
Kills
1%.
the conversation if you're taxing them more and then saying, hey, do it again.
I get your point, but I think it's better to do it the other way. But
Councilman Henderson, Councilwoman Casperson.
I'll be quick. I already mentioned this last time that I'd rather go through the budget and, look at what the different options are, because like Councilman Belson was saying, like, we don't even know how this is all going to be budgeted. And so I'd rather go through the budget process and look at the different options, see what it would look like for 1% or the different percentages, what the property tax could look like. And then I also feel like when I watched when St. George went through their safe St. George, when they were doing that, council voted no. They made changes to their budget where they made adjustments, they made cuts. One of the things that I was thinking about is using more of our RAP tax funding to, rather than having like, $700 to $1,000 plus building for the baseball field, like have more money go towards maintaining our parks that we already have, and then just doing like a shade structure, like changing the way that we're spending the money that we have to save more and not just adding more costs to the city too. So I think it'd be good to go through the budget and then look at different options as we go through the budget.
I might get myself in trouble here, but after our last meeting, I pointed out Washington City's, as the second largest city in the county, our percentage of residents versus our percentage of sales tax revenue. And I pointed out that St. George's excess sales tax revenue is greater than our total. And they didn't like that very much. My only point is, and I agree with you when you talk about any way we can cut expensive, but that's been the Washington way for a long time, because we're 17% of the population, but only 13% of the tax revenue. St. George is, the last time I looked at it, is 51% of the population, 67% of the sales tax revenue. So when we say trains running out of track, it is. And I'm not disagreeing that we should be creative in how we use RAP money, and I'm not disagreeing that it's every right for this council to look everywhere in the budget. But I'm saying when we're not hiring, we don't have the funds to hire new police officers or firefighters. We didn't hire firefighters last year. We have needs for additional stations and apparatus. It's just really, really hard to get there without it. But I'm not disagreeing. I just don't know that the math will ever add up without something, because of the property tax, as inflation has boomed in this kind of post-COVID environment, and our property tax is, the purchasing power for the city with property tax as our stable revenue is just eroding consistently. So I'm not trying to push back on you, because I agree 100%, but I'm just trying to add some additional context to.
Yeah, I think that's good. I think we're all, just from sitting here, it seems like everyone is on a different page. I mean, you haven't had a chance to express so we might need to go have more time on this anyways, because it doesn't, I don't know, we'll see.
Yeah, let's go here with Councilman Ivey and then Councilman Henderson.
I think it's important that if we're in city council, we need to address this after, what's been said. Jeremy, has our response rates or our level of service diminished with police or fire departments the last year or two?
Right now, as far as our response numbers, we have not seen that happen, but that will. Like I said, we're adding 2,500 new residents a year, so we're adding essentially a city the size of Enterprise to our city every year. And over time, what you end up seeing is your priority 1 calls will still get the quick response times, but your priority 2, your proactive type policing, those types of things, if we can't add more police and firefighters, then those non-priority calls start to take more time.
Within this year, since there's several components to this and we're having various conversations, our citizens can know and have confidence that our level of service and our response times are as good as what they've been, and that they can continue to expect that.
That's correct.
In the immediate future.
In the immediate future, yes, yes. But again, I like the word that the mayor used, we're running out of track. We're running out of track. So that's a good way to put it. It's better to be proactive with it than wait until people are in here because there have been problems and we saw them coming.
And Councilman Cashman is absolutely right. Like, a lot of us we're really grappling with an issue and trying to, and it's probably a combination of a number of approaches, right? Because it's like I said last meeting, the math just makes it difficult to reconcile. Councilman Henderson?
Sure, thanks, Mayor. I'll just tell you just a few of the things that I've been thinking about. First of all, I appreciate everybody's input because I agree with all of it to a degree, And, but here's kind of what I'm thinking. Number one, we've all seen the trajectory on the charts. The percentage of our general fund that's going to public safety is just too much. It's way out of balance. Is it 89%, you said? Okay. And that's just too much. It'll be 90 and 91 and 92. And it should really be around 75 is what it should be. Because the truth is there's other things that are being starved out that need to be paid with our general fund if we're paying all of it, or, the vast majority of it to public safety. For instance, just a couple of months ago, we had the Public Works in here talking about the roads and the need to, refinish the roads in Washington, and that we're falling drastically behind in the needed schedule to maintain the roads. Well, that comes out of our general fund. And so if we're spending all of our money in our general fund on public safety, all of the other things get starved out over time. And then what happens is it exponentially costs more because we haven't been maintaining our roads and things like that. So it's just not sustainable on the trajectory that it's going right now. I agree with Councilwoman Casperson. We've got to be very, very careful with how we're spending our money. And I agree with the mayor, that's the Washington way. We've always been very careful. We've always, tried to get as much bang for our buck as possible. And I know that we need to continue doing that. I agree with Councilman Ivey that we really need to, Jeremy, we've got to probably have more details on the budget, right, as we move forward. One of my concerns is if we wait, there's a certain amount of public outreach that we need to do and public education that we need to do on this proposal, right? I agree with Councilman Belliston. My first choice is to put this out to the voters, to let the voters decide. As I said before, I despise property taxes. Out of all of the taxes, property taxes is the most despicable, as I said last time. And the reason is the government has a lien on your house for the rest of your life. And so you never actually have your house paid for because the government essentially has a lien on it, can take it any time that you get sick and can't afford to pay your taxes. So any time that we can move away from property taxes, I'm for it 100%, right? I know property tax is more stable, but as Councilman Belliston said, there's a windfall on this. I mean, if we're able to get the 1%, 85% of that tax increase is going to come from somebody other than Washington residents. And that's going to allow us to cut our portion of property tax by 50%, which I think is a beautiful thing. But again, it's going to take some public outreach. It's going to take some advertising so that our citizens can grasp that idea that actually, when all is said and done, this is going to be a tax decrease for our residents, right? And so that's why, with all of those things in mind, I'm in favor of passing this resolution tonight to put the 1% to the voters, including the 50% reduction in our portion of the property taxes. I'd like to do it sooner rather than later. I'd like to do it tonight because I can see that it's very important to have 6, 7, 8 months of public outreach to make sure our voters understand and can make a decision that's best for them. So I'm in favor of it for tonight, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Coates.
I already said what. I'm going to say something different. I can tell you the other cities are watching our meeting tonight. They told me they were going to. They're interested in, because they're all looking at the same thing. So if we're going to wait, they'll probably do it. Hurricane already has done it through their fire district. And if you look at Hurricane side, their fire district is an additional fee. We don't charge that now. We're asking for a small percentage instead of a fire district. We have our, we're covering a lot more, and they're bigger. They have other issues, right? The time is now.
Your point is that
it's coming either way from everyone around us.
But our other comparable.
And I appreciate what
Councilman Henderson.
Sorry. What Councilman Henderson is saying, but either way, it's taxes either way. If you take away property tax, they tax you somewhere else to pay for it. I agree with you. I don't like property taxes, and if we paid for it a different way, I'm fine with it. I just think time's now for the 0.33. I'm all about the rest of it going to 1%, and that's just my opinion.
You're saying
and reduce the 50% if we pass it now, the 0.33 resolution. To start that now, and then if they decide to go above 0.33, we would reduce it 50%.
So your preference would be, because that's item 6C, what you're saying is I'll vote for the 0.33 if we can pass the 0.33 so that we know we have something. Because 6B is saying that if the voters don't pass it, the resolution says that this council will pass it. But you're saying, rather than resolution, you're saying pass them both, item 6A and 6C.
6A puts the 1% to the voters, 6C would pass the 0.33 tonight.
I'm not going to vote for the other one without this one.
Whatever order you choose to do it in.
But 6B basically says that we're raising it, the 0.33. And to Councilwoman Casperson's point, the St. George City, they had some struggle with their, a couple of years ago. They cut their other departments, but they have a shortfall now too, which is why they're looking at the same 0.33 to 1.
But their truth in
they
had a truth in taxation on a property tax. They wanted to increase property tax at the time.
They were looking at doing increase on property tax, which only hits their residents, right? So now, I can tell you that the conversations are being had to look at doing this because they have the same problem. And they've cut their other departments like we've been cutting in the past too, right? I mean, again, 6B basically says that we have to raise that 0.33 and we're agreeing to do it. The question is, do we want that 0.33 to kick in tomorrow, or do we want to allow the voters the opportunity in November? And again, I understand where you're going. I think something needs to happen. I just think it really hurts. I think it makes it really difficult to ask people, hey, we're hitting you anyway.
Well, that's what you basically said. That's why, if you're going to do it anyways, might as well do it now. That's how I'm.
Mayor, can I just make a comment since we brought in 6B to this? So the way 6B is written right now, I will not vote for it. I won't vote yes on 6B as it's written right now. If we revise some of the language, I will. On policy intent, if tax is not approved, I don't agree with this. it says if the voters do not approve the proposed 1% emergency services sales and use tax, the city council will implement an emergency service sales tax and use tax of 0.33%. I will not vote for that because I think that's getting the cart out beyond the horse. If we change that language and it says the city council will consider an emergency services sales and use tax of 0.33%, I will vote for that. But I'm not going to vote. It's two different things. I'm not going to vote for that tonight because I don't want to do that. It goes along with what Councilman Belliston says, poisoning the pot. If we vote for the 0.33 tonight, it poisons the pot for the election. And that's what you were expressing. That's why I don't want to, that's why I don't like this 6B. I don't like the language of it. So I would vote for 6B if we can change the language to we will consider a 0.33. But I won't vote for it if it says we will implement a 0.33. I mean, it's two different things, so.
I will just recognize this is just policy intent, so nothing in 6B locks you into it. You still have to make other votes later on, but
It kind of does though, with the link.
it lets people know what your intent is. So if your intent is not to do that, then yes, take that language.
So my intent is to consider it, so, because it does lock you in with this language.
So
My intent was to try to make it clear for everybody what your intent is. So let's make it clear.
I've heard it said before that city managers have to be chameleons. They also need to be mind readers, get inside our heads. So here's kind of where I see us at, and this is kind of a mayor's duty as the councils grapple with hard decisions. Two council members are wanting to dig a little bit more into they see the need, but looking to dig a little bit more into the budget. I've got two council members who are comfortable sending it to the voters, basically as written. I've got one council member who says, I think that could work, but I see the need now, and I'd like I think the 0.33 is now. And so we go back to that four-letter word, which is math. We're not quite there. Math is the reason I don't like taxes any more than anybody. And I wouldn't mind a property tax reduction. If I were casting a vote tonight, I would cast a vote in favor of letting the voters decide on a 1% tax adjustment for emergency services, sales and use, coupled with a commitment to reduce the city's portion of property tax by 50%. To me, I think if I were a council member with a vote, that would be my vote tonight.
Mayor, I've, over the last few weeks, talked to a lot of residents, talked to a lot of people. I have yet to have anybody tell me that doesn't make sense to me. Our residents. And I look, we have to do something. The give and take that the staff has been doing for the last decade, there's no more give and take, right? The shortfall's there, so something has to happen. The question, and I understand Councilman Coates, he understands the need that's there today versus waiting until November.
And let me interject too. If this hadn't been brought up the other night, I would also cast my vote for the 0.33% now, because Councilman Coates is also absolutely right.
Right.
So I would vote for either of those options. And I respect exactly what this side of the council is doing. This is a lot of really intelligent, strong opinions here, so.
Well, Mayor, if I can finish my thought, I just, I see a lot of value in letting the voter, weigh in and finding a way to provide them some benefit in the process. And, I think we can all agree that maybe the full 1% isn't needed to cover today's needs, but we do have tomorrow's needs, and we need to be looking at those. And we haven't really had a good conversation about it because it hasn't been an option. And even with this going on the ballot, it's not an option. It's a discussion point that we can have between now and November and until the ballots come in. Because, we need to have that time to be able to have the conversation with staff. We don't have to go the full one if we choose not to as a council, but we do need to have plenty of time to talk about, do we want to redo the fire station on Dam Road? Do we want to add a fire station down there off of 3650? Do we need some upgrades there at the fire station on Buena Vista? Do we want to move forward with the fire station that we have land for over in Sienna Hills?
That's where probably the biggest need is right now, is the Sienna Hills, where we have property. That and south toward Stuckey Farms.
We have a need that the .33 doesn't address in every corner of our city. And what scares me about adding the tax today versus allowing the voter to decide and giving them an opportunity to weigh in and get a tax cut for it, mind you. Well,
Still get the tax cut. If you're saying it's a tax cut, I'm saying it's a tax neutral, because you're cutting it off their property, but then they're spending more money on the other things and being taxed even more. I still think it's a tax increase.
I think that's a good point to bring up, because we keep saying it's just going to be paid by the visitors, but our residents, much of it is, but we're going to be paying for the additional too. So I just want to make that. And I think all these questions that you have are really great points that you're bringing up, which I think if we had those discussions through the budget talks, then we could present this to the residents and say, here, this is all the needs. This is what we've been talking about. These are some of the costs associated. And then you're saying we don't even know if we want to go up to the 1%. Well, let's get those numbers. Let's talk as a council and figure out what the needs are. Present a budget, present the needs to the residents so they can be educated as well as they're making that vote, whether they want to do the 1% or not.
and I hope I don't mean to cut you off. If you had,
I was finished.
It's like Councilman Henderson said, we need as much time to be able to discuss this with, certainly amongst ourselves, but with the voters between now and November. Because, we just get, the more we push it down the road, the more we get behind the power curve conversation.
Trying to push it. I'm trying to say do the .33 and then you have the vote to go put it to the voters for the remainder. That's what I'm saying.
Let me just confuse everybody just a little bit more. Nothing that we're doing tonight, short of putting the .33 in immediately, will affect this budget that goes into effect for this budget year starting in July. So really, we're talking about what are we going to do next budget year, and what are our needs for next budget year. That's really what we're talking about here, unless you put the .33 in right now, because I have a budget ready to pass out to you, but it doesn't include any new. So we're going to get a little bit further behind, but what we're really doing is we're looking ahead and saying, what do we need to do and how are we going to do this? But we haven't put all that time into it because the 1% just came up. I mean, that was just an idea that was floated a month ago. So that wasn't something we'd
But I
look.
think my point is, okay, say a year, if we wait, is it two budget cycles away? Yeah.
Jeremy, when you were working on the budget papers, what does our revenue look like? Does it look like it's within the gains that we've made? See, this is another reason why I think there's a lot of information we don't have.
Yeah, I mean, our revenue is consistent with our revenue increases that we've had in the past. And every growing city runs into this. And I think we've all seen that life cycle in every city that you've seen that gets to our size. Because we know that residents don't pay for themselves. We all understand that. Every resident costs the city money. And if we didn't have sales tax, if we didn't have those businesses providing sales tax, we couldn't make our budgets work. And so, but those businesses don't come until you have enough residents to support them. So the residential always comes first, and the needs are always greater. And the more residents we add every year, that becomes more and more of a crisis until you finally have enough people that you get those big boxes and you get those retail sales that help ease that burden. And so that's right where we're at right now. And the question is how far can we go and how are we going to take care of our needs until that comes through? And we have a lot of exciting things coming. I think that the city has done a really good job of maintaining commercial places and encouraging businesses to come here. And there are a lot of exciting things on the horizon, but they're going to take a few years. So how do we bridge the gap? How do we get there? I think everybody understands that part of it. It's just we differ on which method to use to get there, but everybody understands something has to be done.
Council, as you've heard me say before, at this time I'll turn to you for further discussion and/or motion.
So, Mayor, I'll make a motion. And I hope this motion doesn't fail, right? Because the other motions will fail. So, Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve a resolution imposing an emergency services sales and use tax subject to voter approval and submitting the question to the voters at the November 2026 general election. And I understand all the council members' concerns with it. I think everybody has, I have heard from every person on this council that has said that they value the will of the voter, right? And I think it's important to let the voters weigh in first. We know there's a need. We know that things need to be done. We know that we have a shortfall. And I think it's important to put it in their hands first. And if it doesn't pass at the ballot, I get it, right? I get it. We have to make a hard decision in the absence of the voter. But today, let's let them weigh in first and give them an opportunity to reduce some of their burden on their residents in the process. And it is the amount of money that we receive from our residents versus what we would be cutting. It is a net tax cut on our people, on our residents and the people that we were elected to represent.
Council, you have heard a motion to approve item 6A as written on the agenda with the justification for the motion. Is there a second?
Mayor, I'll second it. Can I make a comment?
Go ahead.
So I'd just like to say, for the general public that's watching, this really is a healthy discussion. And this is a healthy city council. We have 5 different, Councilman Belliston and I are really close on the same page on this, but we've got 5 different opinions here, 5 different people that are expressing their opinions. And to me, that's a healthy council, that we feel comfortable to, share our opinions and our beliefs with each other. So I appreciate all these people, but I'll second this, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Henderson. Well said. We've got a motion and a second. This is a resolution, so we'll go roll call vote, beginning with Councilmember Ivy.
We need more information. Nay.
Casperson?
Nay.
Belliston?
Aye.
Henderson?
Aye.
Coates?
Nay.
The motion is not approved. The vote of 2-3. I'll turn back to the council for further discussion on this particular item. Councilman Coates, I want to talk to the council about what you think we should go. Do you have a?
I don't know if there's a point.
Are we at a full impasse, or I know that you're ready for the 0.33 today. I guess what I'm looking for is just
Mayor,
judging where everyone is.
Can I make a comment?
What?
If the resolution for 6A failed, the resolution for 6B is probably not something that the council even wants to discuss. It's tied in with A
Yeah.
so tightly that I don't know.
Yeah, we'll skip over that,
But then you have 6C, which is the original 0.33.
so we do have the 6C. So I think because 6A was not denied, we're going to stay on this item.
Okay, sorry, I get what you're saying.
I wonder if you have anything else.
I don't know. I think we might be at an impasse. I don't like it. I don't know what to do, but I'm willing to make a motion, see what happens.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah. Always ask a question, Councilman.
Yes, you may.
You don't need permission.
2 questions, right? I understand the wanting to look into the budget and whatever else. I think the blood's been squeezed out of that turnip, right? But, you know, we can still look at that. The question I would have for Jeremy is, what do we need to do to bring the issue back up? Because it's gonna have to come back up. I mean, I don't think it makes sense to just, you know, vote to raise taxes, in the 0.33, because I think it's just treading water.
Well, 6A has not been denied, it just hasn't been approved. So we're still here.
Oh, so we're still on 6A?
Yeah, we're still on 6A. It hasn't been denied, it just hasn't been approved.
Oh.
So we're sitting here for a minute, and that's why I'm
Make
turning to
another motion to approve it.
I'm sitting here with my dear friend Councilman Coates, curious to see what kind of motion he may throw.
Wow, so my question, I don't know.
My dear friend.
I will make
You're all my
a
dear friends.
attempt at a motion, but there's 6A, 6B, and 6C, and they're all intertwined.
Correct.
So I just don't want to make
And
sure.
I intentionally did not run them concurrently.
Well, you did, because it's 6A, B, and C.
Well,
So they're all concurrent.
Somewhat, but we'll
but-
get on to 6B
but
next.
I don't know why
if
they're not
needed,
just
Or 6C.
one or the other option, why it's not one, but it's not, but, because I mean, they're different, but not.
All right. Make your motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve item 6A with the changes of implementing the 0.33 sales tax today because it's only for emergency services, and then put the remainder of 1% out to the vote of the public with the 50% reduction of the property taxes. That's my motion.
Can I clarify?
Yep.
Is the resolution that implements the 0.33. If that's what you're doing, you're essentially wanting to pass 6C, and you're also wanting to pass 6A, which is making the 1% on the ballot with a 50% tax.
But that would be from 33 or 33.4 up to 1%.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, for right now, run 6A and 6C concurrently. Item 6C is consideration to approve a resolution imposing the emergency services sales and use tax in the amount of 0.33%. We're going to run items 6A and 6C concurrently, which is consistent with Councilman Coates's motion. Will you restate your motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve 6A and 6C. First, 6C being that we implement the 0.33% sales tax for only EMS services use. And item 6A for the remaining 1% to the voters with a 50% reduction to their property tax of Washington City's property tax.
Second that.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates, a second by Councilman Belliston. We'll go roll call vote, beginning with Council Member Casperson.
Nay.
Belliston.
Although I think it hurts our messaging in November, there's no way I'm not going to support the public safety of our community. So I'm an aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Yes.
Item 6A, which is to add a ballot initiative for a 1% emergency services sales use tax coupled with a 50% property tax reduction on the city's portion, is approved, along with 0.33% emergency services sales and use tax now, and both of those are approved on a vote of 3-2, making 6B irrelevant. We'll move on to item 6D. Before we do, I'll just again thank this council for tackling the tough issues and doing your very best at it. 6D, this is consideration to approve a resolution authorizing and approving the amended and restated power pooling agreement with the Utah Associated Municipal Power Systems for the pool project, authorizing execution and delivery thereof and related matters. I'm happy to see you, Rick, and I'm also happy to, as our Power Director, Rick Hansen, I'm also happy to see our Assistant Power Director, Scott Hughes, as your wingman tonight. I think Councilman Ivy's coming back. I know he was receiving an award tonight, so I'm not sure if he just stepped out for a minute or if he stepped out to go to that event. Either way, you're up.
Thank you, Council. It's good to be able to be here tonight. So this item is to approve an amended pooling agreement with Utah, or UAMPS, where we get our wholesale power through. It's an old agreement that's 30, 40 years old, that's being updated to reflect the extended day ahead market that's coming up in May. And so this is one of those items we can do as little or as much as you want to do. You had a lot of easy reading, 30, 40 pages that was in your packet. A lot of the UAMPS presentations. I will say the Power Board, Scott presented to the Power Board on March 3rd, and they've spent probably 3 to 4 meetings going over it, and approved or recommended to the council that they approve it. So with that, I guess look for
Rick, I
your
would
direction.
just say, like, we spent a lot of time on the Power Board, with the Power Board. They did a great job. Just high level, what this is just updating the agreement that we had in the past with some new accommodations, right? Like, maybe just high level what.
Okay, maybe I'll just real quickly, if I can share the screen, David. I'll just bring up the briefing document.
And while Rick's doing that, the Power Board dove deep into this agreement and worked well with Scott and Rick and really vetted it for us. So I'm really appreciative of the Power Board and what they do to get these things right when they have the experience on these.
David, can you help me out there? It shows that it's mirroring, but, oh, there it goes. So I think the main things are here on the briefing document, and again, we can do as much or little, is it brings the pooling agreement into it's called Extended Day Ahead Market, or EDAM, that will be coming up. And so it gives UAMP some authorization to make purchases for the various members, instead of up to particularly day of or 2 days ahead. And then there are also some formal annual purchase plans and load forecasts that some of it's been done historically, but it's not as formal as what we'll need going into this new EDAM market. And then the other, and it's really been going on this way, members that cause costs, they'll track it, and you get to pay the part of the bill that you cause to flow through UAMPS. So is that high level enough, or want more? Less?
I understand it all. I've been in lots of meetings with you, so I'd ask the other council members.
And Scott and I were talking earlier that, really we've been in our UAMPS meetings for probably about 1.5 years dealing with this and coming to this point. So it's trying to shove a graduate course down into a 2-minute presentation, and it's kind of a challenge.
Well, I appreciate that. And like I said, Councilman Coates does a great job with that assignment as liaison to the Power Board. We might not be graduate level on this council, but we're definitely somewhere on our baccalaureate, just having dealt with municipal power utility. This is great. This is exactly the kind of work we expect. Before we talk about that, you made note just recently that with this warm weather, we had a record peak in March. Can you just speak to that just a little bit, and then we'll circle back on this agreement?
Yeah, sure. Last Friday, I haven't looked today, we were on track to exceed Friday load. But last Friday, we hit 29 megawatts. Our historical peak for March was 21, so we were about 40% over. And that's higher than even any April load that we've ever had. Of course, it's driven by the record heat. Our load correlates very closely to the heat, so.
At least it's not affecting our water supply.
Yeah.
Did I actually keep a straight face for?
Yeah, I'm sure Blake would love you here to say, love to hear you say that, so. But yeah, it's been a crazy few days, and like I say, at 4 o'clock, we were about 2 megawatts ahead of the Friday pace too, so it could have exceeded it, I'm not sure.
You ready for a motion, Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. Rick, is that everything you want to present?
Yeah, like I said, we've got tons of slides if you want to see them. If not, you're not going to hurt our feelings either if you don't want to.
Thank you. I think we'll jump into a motion on this one. Council, I'll turn to you for further discussion and/or a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion. We approve item 6D for consideration to approve a resolution authorizing and approving the amended and restated power pooling agreement with Utah Associated Municipal Power Systems for the pool projects, authorizing, executing, and delivering thereof, and related matters.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Coates. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Ivy. We'll go roll call, beginning with Councilmember Casperson. Ivy.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Henderson. Belliston. That is approved unanimously,
Mayor,
5-0.
Before we move on, I
Yes.
just want to brag a little bit about our power department.
Do it.
So, that's not the right I'm looking for. So Scott informed us that we won an APPA Safety Diamond Level Award for safety with our power group. So
Scott, come tell us about that real quick. You got all dressed up, and Kane, you got to get your moment at the mic. And we feel so fortunate to have you and your expertise and your work ethic. Tell us about this award.
Yeah, so each year we submit an application to, you answer all the questions about any injuries that you've had, any lost time accidents, anything like that. And the highest level that you can get is diamond. We qualified for the diamond, so that we're really proud of that. And I apologize, Craig, we just found out after the last Power Board meeting, we also got a first place with the IPSA for safety award also. So
I don't know why you're apologizing about that.
just because you didn't know, I
Just be
apologize.
like, also to note.
And I should have told you this morning when we got here
Oh,
earlier, but
it's all good.
I forgot. But yeah, it's really great. The guys are doing a great job. It's across the board. I mean, all the way into the office staff, but especially the guys that are out there really putting their lives on the line. They're really at risk, a higher risk of injury and death. And so we're really proud of them. It's a good thing that they all do their part and work safe. So.
We love that. Another update. Will you give us just a quick update on the Grapevine substation?
Yeah.
Or Rick, that might be your wheelhouse, either of you?
Probably.
Unless you want this guy to keep getting a little FaceTime with the council.
I could butcher it.
On the substation, you'll probably start seeing more steel go up than currently is up there now. All the below grade stuff is done. Along the parkway, all the transmission poles are set except one by the horse park, so we only have to get in there once. We're working with the developer of the Hampton Inn there at exit 13 to finalize some grading issues there. And you'll see those other poles going in. So we're trying to do as much in-house as possible. We're hoping from here on out it'll be pretty much in-house. We'll save some money, and the crews take extra pride in their workmanship too. So it'll be a little bit of a slow go, but in the end, I think it'll really pay off.
So substation, transmission lines, and we're doing some rebuilds
Yeah,
of lines.
we completed the well line up in the habitat area. Outside of the habitat, it's still the old line. As the development at Salente goes in, it'll kind of nibble that away. And so obviously we'll keep maintaining it, but so that's been the two major projects so far. And then the AMI, we crossed a little over 1,900 meters.
Those are real-time smart meters.
Now on the system, so, and
You can track it on the app.
We're working on getting the app going. That's the next step.
That's
They wanted
future.
us to have about 2,000.
But right now, we can track the use.
Yep.
Keep up the good work.
So,
Thank you,
We'll
gentlemen.
try. Thank you.
Okay. Thad, you've got the next two items. Item 6E is consideration to approve a resolution for Coral Canyon Area 5 supplemental terms agreement, and I'm going to have you just move right into 6F at the same time, which is consideration to approve a resolution for a land lease agreement with Barco Holdings LLC. We'll vote on them separately. Go ahead, Thad.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Supplemental terms agreement, this is a conversation that's really been going since last year's legislative session. So I think all of you have heard about it and heard about the concepts and the terms. In general, speaking for the members of the public and those that are watching, this is an agreement, a three-way agreement between Sitla, Sitla's developer in Washington City to develop a undeveloped area of Washington City that's serviced by Telegraph Road and Countryway and other important traffic corridors. And to develop it with the end result being a housing project where Sitla and the Coal West and Sitla's developer agree to cap the amount of profits they take. And so they're agreeing to limit their profits to 6%. The city also is agreeing to limit some of the developer improvement exactions that we would typically require, all of which would flow into the concepts of the development. The agreement today has terms around that. The terms include things such as 80% or more of the units at any time must be owner-occupied units. The units built and constructed must be single-family, standalone housing units. There would be a short-term rental restriction on all of these units so that they would not be qualified for nightly rentals or vacation rental uses. If they were to be rented, there would be a restriction on the term. In other words, the term must be long-term, 1 year or more. Just checking my list here to make sure I've rattled them all off.
Can I ask
Go ahead.
can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Some of the developments have a cap on how many can be rentals. Is there anything like that in that agreement?
Correct. On this one, in paragraph 3A, the requirement is that 80% must be owner occupied. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah,
And so,
and I like that.
so at a maximum, 20% could be rented.
Right on.
And it's kind of a running percentage, meaning a house that's maybe rented today could go into ownership and a different house could go into rental. Just flux and flex with the market.
Okay.
But yeah, it requires 80% owner occupation.
That's great. Thank you.
Yep.
Who tracks that?
That's the challenge with these type of things. There's an agreement that establishes the term. The HOA is obligated by this agreement to adopt CCNRs that will establish these standards. And so the city, I think, will monitor it, but in theory, it's the developer as they're selling. They're going to need to find out what the users are going to be doing and to what extent, as well as then the HOA that'll have conditions and restrictions that relate to that. There will also be a deed restriction in the deeded title record. There will also be reference to these things.
So
Is there a double-bladed sword that's sharpened and ready to chop all these trees down that become challenges? Not yet.
So, is there anything in the, that says that the developer can't sell or it has to sell to owners? Let me, this is where I'm going with this. If I wanted to go buy one as a rental unit, right, to be a renter, can they sell it to me, or does it have to be an owner-occupied type of a thing to where it gets then rented when they move up, or it gets sold at a later date to somebody that would rent it?
I'll just read for you. Paragraph 3, quote, "The developer agrees that it will record via deed restriction to be recorded against Area 5 concurrent with the plat, recording that subdivides Area 5, and via the declaration of CCNRs, the following terms applicable to any residential lot in Area 5. Number 1, number 3A, the percentage of owner-occupied lots in area must be at least 80% at any time." So that's a deed restriction that's recorded concurrent with the plat, as well as a covenant in the CCNRs. 3B, any lot that is not owner-occupied may not be rented for an initial term less than 1 year. So if you were to show up and say, I want to buy a rental The developers who's under contract here must tell you, you can only rent it for a year or longer, right? So that's what you would receive at the front. They would also need to do an audit and make sure they hadn't already sold 21% to other buyers just like you.
Well, so I guess where I'm going with that is, I mean, well, we're backing off on basically what we would require, right? Because we want this to be an affordable, price-driven, project. Our goal with that is that those are, that we're selling to owners and young families or people that need an opportunity, not some investor, because I'd hate for 20% of them to get sold immediately to investors. And then what about that guy that needs to move up and wants to keep the house so that, who knows, maybe he's got a kid coming up down the road, but he wants to rent it for a period of time. I'm fine if that guy gets it as a rental. I just don't want investor buyers coming in to get them as rentals. So can we put a provision in there that says, at least on the initial, need to be sold to owner occupied tenants?
We can put whatever you want in there. Yeah. Have they agreed to that? Not yet. Had we discussed that term? Not yet, but I'm happy to take it back to them if that's.
Well, I know I had that conversation with one of the representatives of Sitla, and he said, for sure, that's the goal. So it didn't sound to me like it would be an issue from his perspective. I'd like to request that.
Okay.
Mayor, would it be okay if I made a comment on this item?
Go ahead, Councilman, yes.
So just some background, and Mayor, you'll remember this as well as of you, Councilman Coates. This is something that Washington City's been working on for a long time, to be able to utilize Sitla land for affordable housing, something that we've talked a lot about, and we've initiated conversations through our city and staff. And to my knowledge, this is the first parcel or piece of Sitla land that was used for affordable housing component, and agreement that was made between all the parties to take less to keep that a true affordable housing piece. So, I just want to share my appreciation for our staff and for everyone that worked on that. It was important. I know with Steve Waltrip, that's the housing advisor to the governor, and with Sitla, I think we've charted new ground, and I think it's something that will only get bigger and stronger as we move forward, as we identify other parcels that can be used for affordable housing. But just that comment, Mayor, before this moved on. So.
It's an important point to make, and we've been heavily involved in that.
Thad, what's the question that came up in my mind is, what stops if everyone's taken less and then someone buys a house and then sells it a year later and make all that money back and bring it up? There's
no stop in this agreement for that. So this agreement, the hardest part of it was defining the word affordable. And so it pegs to a state statute that establishes the first-time homebuyer program that includes a purchase incentive to buyers up to $20,000. That program limits applicants to a purchase price of $450,000. And so we're using the word affordable, but that probably isn't the price that a lot of people in this area would find affordable, but it's affordable compared to the mansions in the fields, right? And so you kind of figure out what affordable means based on your viewpoint of the market and the cost of things. And so the obligation is for the developer to sell it to somebody at that price or lower. And then if that person chooses to sell it later, there's no price restriction on anybody else in subsequent market transactions.
But that, isn't there a time component in that? I thought they had to live in the house for a certain amount of time.
Not in this contract. The challenge is we don't know who the buyers are, and we're not able to put them under contract at this time.
I don't think that anyone's anticipating that these are going to be worth $800,000 and they're going to sell them for $450,000. I think that they're going to build a product that gives them their profit, but they'll basically be market rate at that point. I don't think you're going to have a ton of equity day one. And so I think that point solves itself.
These concepts that you're asking about are included in the first-time homebuyer assistance program. So that program has terms like this that say if you sell it before the notes reach maturity, there's a schedule of to which degree you have to share the equity that you've earned with the first-time homebuyer ownership program. And so there are some of those, but it's not in this contract. It's in the funding mechanism that the states.
But is this contract requiring them to use that, or is that just an option?
No, that's how we defined the word affordable, is we went to the state homebuyer assistance program and looked at what they thought the cap was. And so that's what we defined the cap.
They don't
on this
have
one.
to use it. They could just,
They could pay cash if they had the
any homeowner,
Correct.
yeah.
I mean, obviously, the idea is to try to limit rentals, so carving out the option for, landlords to buy up front. I think that's important to do what you can. The other thing that's a concern is if, it would be important, I think, not to let one individual come up and buy multiple units, buy bulk. I mean, if this is intended for primarily, first-time home buyers or, reasonable home buyer for a roof over their head, I would hate to see somebody come in and buy, 10 or 20 of the 212 units, buy them all up,
So if those are families that are gonna move in there,
well, I'm just saying that I wouldn't want somebody to come in and buy 10 or 20 of these and then flip them, or buy 10 or 20 of these and then rent them out. I mean, I don't know how you put that into a contract, but we know what the intent is. They know what the intent is, but if they're sitting there and then nobody's buying them, it would become tempting to sell them to a renter or to, a lot of people back in, you remember when we boomed in the past, people would just buy things and flip them. They'd barely get them in a contract. And that's why I don't want people to carve that profit out and just, flip over the.
The good thing is our economy's not that way right now.
Not
saying
right
they
now.
It won't be in the future, but
so
But, I don't know how
I
to.
see what you're saying, man.
Memorialize that,
I
but
believe the owner occupied units provision requires that they sell 80% to owner occupiers,
okay.
right? But there's nothing that says that person can't turn around and sell it next year.
Sometimes I get surprised what people will do to just try to make a quick buck.
I think there's a lot of risk to this contract for those things. This contract, the city's given up substantial exactions,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of that
In good faith.
We don't have a
And the developer,
mechanism.
Cole West, working in really good faith, and Trust Lands Administration. This is a good collaboration.
I think it's not on them, right? It's just the next buyer. Like,
We don't-
everyone's in good faith. Everyone agrees to it, all the parties, between the developer, the city, and Sitla. I'm just saying, the problem isn't gonna be those three. It's gonna be the next person that none of us can control.
Yeah, but at least the first buyer should at least hit the intent.
80%, right? Isn't that the intent, 80%? It has to be occupied?
80%'s in perpetuity too. That's forever in this area. It's
So
always
those sellers are gonna be
80%
limited by
overlap.
these provisions.
So
But
it's-
nothing says they can't sell and harvest profits and sell to the next first-time home buyer.
It's similar. I used to have a condo, and in the condo complex, you could only have something like that. 80% had to be owner occupied. And so when you go to sell it, the HOA checks to see, how many they have. And if you don't have that, you get in line, and the next person that ends up owner occupied, it creates a spot that you can sell it. And
Yeah.
it is a limitation, so people need to know that when they buy these houses, that they may not be able to sell it to an investor. They may not be able to sell it to somebody who.
I just
plans
don't
to
want the
rent it.
initial sales to be to investors.
Somebody could come and buy 20%. An investor could buy.
Will
up
the
to
first
20%
40
and
be
then after that,
investors?
Can I weigh in? Without having some sort of an owner occupant provision for the first sale, potentially,
That's what I'm saying.
nobody that is an owner occupant that comes in and buys will ever have the opportunity to rent their house, because if an investor came in and bought 20% of the units, right? So Thad, would you rather have it tabled to add that provision in, or would you rather just have a condition of the motion
Yeah.
that said, to approve, that said that the condition is that we add that provision in, that all initial sales are to owner occupant?
Either one's fine with me.
So then
I
I'm
don't know
happy to
that,
make that
I don't know
motion.
that Sitla and the other parties will agree to it. I'll try and go get it to
Let's
them promptly.
try.
Yeah, I don't know that Cole West will agree to
don't
that.
know.
I mean, we,
Yeah.
I like
They've
the
not-
idea.
Then we don't agree to their agreement.
Yeah,
We agree.
exactly.
a limitation on how they can sell the homes. And we pushed hard to get to 80%. So if you're saying they have to be 100%, I don't know that they'll agree to.
I just would have a hard time if we set this up as an opportunity for people to get in, as affordable as possible, but then they don't have the opportunity to rent their own house because some investor group came in. I think it needs to have that provision.
So I agree with you, but I'm wondering if we look at it as Because one of the things is, say they're 200 homes, right?
212.
Well, just doing easy math, not hard math
Do
right
easy
now.
math.
200 homes-ish, and you take 20% of that, right? That's 40 homes, right? First phase is 40 homes. What if what if we do it per phase? Like, and it doesn't have to, just as you add units, it's still 80-20, but you can't sell 20%. You can't sell more than 20% to non-owner occupied.
Per phase.
Per phase, and it's not held to just that phase. I was just trying to think of a way that, yeah, you have to sell 80% of what you're currently building, because they might build phase 1 and 2 and then just not do anything for a while, and then they're like, well, half of those are investments and it hasn't worked.
That's still,
I still see your problem.
doesn't address the issue of the guy that buys the house and then can't rent his place, and he actually was trying to play by the rules.
And I get it, and maybe he just needs to buy a different, like, move up, right? Or laterally, whatever, helps them get in, gets them going, then they laterally move or up and go to the next place, and they can do it.
The whole purpose of the whole project is to help families, it's not to help investors. So, I'm fine making that motion.
Wouldn't a deed restriction be the proper way to have handled this originally, or no, or just help me
So
understand
the
that?
contract mentions a deed restriction, but it doesn't mention some of the things that are being discussed,
They're
such as a
mentioned.
restriction on when you can sell it or for how much, right? This type of a concept is risky if you want to guarantee things forever. If you want to guarantee it forever, go have your government or the federal government own it, and then they can control rent and treat it like subsidized housing. But where it's a market product, it's getting sold to families through a state first-time homebuyer assistance program, we don't have long tentacles beyond that. And so if you need long-term guarantees, this probably isn't the right agreement for you. We need to go see if we can get other terms. But yeah, this one was trying to get products sold that's a single-family home to families that qualify for the state's assistance, first-time
And
homebuyer.
that they will place families that need those homes in them, and they'll appreciate it, they'll be there, they'll enjoy it. It's generational wealth.
I'm also certain we'll have investors that take advantage of it. Because it's a big business around here, right? And so,
there's lots of places we can do this, not lots of places we can do this. If someone's that concerned about it, they can buy somewhere else. But if they're not concerned about the owner occupied and renting later, this is a good option for them. That's kind of where I'm at now.
So who does check the 80% rule?
the developer has that obligation.
And is there any teeth if they get out of balance?
The city would have to come to them and say, there's a contract, you're out of balance, we're demanding you to get in balance. So we'd have to become proactive in enforcing that against the
The
developer.
developer would do it as construction is going, and then the HOA would take that over after it's built out.
And that gets harder, especially when the HOA is run by the occupants. They could, in theory, choose to amend their CCNRs that don't say anything that the developer's contract said it had to say, and then they'd be in conflict with the city, and we'd go through that around too. And so this isn't imperfect for long-term security as to what happens here. If you want a project that comes in at a price that's, and again, I'm not gonna pretend that it's a low price. Our market values are still pretty high at 400,000 or more, but still qualifies for a first-time homebuyer assistance program from the state, which will get them about $20,000 of incentive if they qualify for the full benefit. This is an opportunity for that, but.
I think the 80-20 is great for long-term protection. I also think it's a great idea to try to work out where the initial sale is to somebody that has to stand there for a year or something, and it's an owner occupied for a year. But then at that point, it's market, it goes to market. And the good thing, it's not like the prices are gonna get jacked up to $1 million, because the size of the home, the location, the density, all that will keep the price, the market will keep the price down comparatively to everything else, in the area. So it's a good project, great project, but I agree.
Yeah, this.
If we could initially somehow get it just owner occupied for the first year.
Is there a few tweaks we could?
Nice.
This
we could add
isn't
in there?
subsidized housing, right? This is market housing. there's been agreements from the city, so we're gonna help it be a little lesser priced by not requiring the same road exactions we normally would, right? Sitla and their developer have agreed to reduce their typical profit. And so it's not gonna be priced out of market. This is gonna be at market, but it's gonna be just a little better at market.
You wrote the contract. Is there anything else you can think of that we could do based on the feedback you've had from the
Well, I
council?
can try to do all this stuff. I wrote it, but
Do you think, and
I
you
wrote it
also did
after
the
a meeting with
negotiation.
Sitla and the
Do you think- I mean, is
developers.
there anything that we can do to just try to help, either ease into it or just try to help? I think honestly, Coal West is, like, I've talked to them a few years ago about this idea. I think they genuinely want this to be first-time home buyer and, modest income needs based. I mean, but if a house is sitting there and somebody's a cash buyer, I mean, it's hard to say no.
They're in the business of selling the houses they build. Yeah, they don't want to have any on the market still. When they're done building, they want to be able to move on to the next one. So the negotiations with them haven't been the easiest thing. And so I don't know what they're going to say to these things. I'm happy to take them back to them. It's a tough contract. We're trying to accomplish a big thing that's kind of unique in this market. And so I'm happy to go and try and add more to it.
Council, anybody feel strongly that anything else needs to be added to it? Or do you feel like we approve it and move forward? I mean, it's a good project either way with the price point. It's not perfect, but.
Mayor, I feel really comfortable with that explanation because I can see what he's saying. We're trying to do the best we can and provide a product that's needed, and we do it in good faith, and we hope that that's where it's gonna land. I'm comfortable with it, Mayor, myself.
Councilman Belliston, what was your proposal again?
Just that, just that we add a provision in it that at least the first time initial sale is owner occupied, and then that way the people that do come in and buy it as owner occupied have some ability to rent their house if they need to. Again, I'd hate the investors to come in and buy up all those slots to where now they don't have an opportunity and they're the ones that were doing the right thing, right?
So what you're saying is you want 100% of the homes to be owner occupied, but remove the 80%?
No.
Keep
Keep
both.
the 80% restriction, but I want at least the initial sales to be owner occupied.
Yeah,
Because that's the target market, right? That's why we backed off on the.
We pushed it up to 80%, but I don't think do you
what you're
remember
saying
our
is
discussion? I don't remember if they were
first
willing to
sale,
go past 80%.
So developer to any buyer for any lot must be to an owner occupier is what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because if you get 20% of them, the investors come in, then those owner occupants don't have the opportunity. They can't. They're deed restricted from being able to rent their home, even if they're going. Let's say they came in, decide we're going to go up north for a year to go chase money for our family. We got to rent it for a year, and then we're going to come back to St. George. Well, that person would have to sell their home if an investor came in.
Come back to Washington.
Yeah, that's what I meant. In my head, I said that. In my head, I said that.
Yeah, no, you're right. But there is that effect here of at some point.
Because it's not a
if
fair playing
everybody's renting-
field. Like, the institutional investor has cash, has resources. This first-time home buyer, they're scrimping, they're saving.
Quite frankly, I don't think you're going to see a lot of.
They're trying to get approved.
You may see some seniors come in, maybe whatever, but what if somebody came in and wanted to take a mission? Go on a mission for a year, 2 years, they would have to sell their house in this scenario like this if we don't put that provision in there. So, Mayor,
Or just leave it vacant. Yeah, sell it or leave it vacant.
or leave it vacant. Yeah, Mayor, I'm happy to make a motion.
I like it.
All right. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve a resolution for Coral Canyon Area 5 supplemental terms agreement with the addition of a first-time owner occupant provision in it for the initial sale.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates, a second by Councilwoman Casperson. Excuse me. We have a motion by Councilman Belliston.
Both look
Now
good,
we're
so-
even. Now we're even here. Councilman Belliston, second by Councilwoman Casperson. It is a resolution. Did I start with you last time? I don't remember. We'll start with Councilmember Coates.
I'm going to ask a clarifying question.
Oh, my goodness.
I'll just shut up.
I
I should
know.
have started with him. Thad,
Yeah.
what happens if they don't agree to this? You come back to us even though we approve this? So say this is the proposal, and they're like, yeah, we're not
If they
doing
don't
that.
agree to it, doesn't get signed, your approval doesn't really have any meaning if they don't sign the contract, right? And
So,
it
but we
fails.
approved their development already.
Well, you've got a problem, because they've got a pre-plat. Yeah, now the pre-plat was approved with the condition that the council would approve a contract, and so if you denied it tonight, that might change their negotiating position.
Rather we table it? And then you go back to them
Table it and
and have the conversation? I don't care.
But I'm not, I just want, they're partners, right? And they're not here to defend. I want to have the discussion or have our staff discuss because this is the
Is
first time
there
we're seeing
a
it.
representative from Sitla or Co-West here this evening? I don't see anybody here tonight.
And I would make a substitute motion, but apparently you can't do that after a second, so.
Yeah, I guess we have to move on. Sorry.
Councilman
Then
Coates.
I'm gonna say nay because I want to table.
Councilmember Henderson,
Aye.
Belliston, Casperson,
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
That's a 4-1. No, it's too late.
For this project.
4-1 on item
I
60.
just didn't want them to deny it. I'm not trying to win it, I'm trying.
Item 6F, carry on. This is on the Barco Holdings LLC land lease agreement
Yeah,
resolution.
I'll turn your attention to the packet. If you pull up the lease document, there's 2 exhibits that I think I want to start the conversation with. This agreement didn't start out as a lease agreement. It started out as Public Works had brought to my office a concern about just stuff, trailers, different items on there that had some concern. Some of them had some oils or fuels in them. And so it first started out as hey, let's figure out what's going on here and find out who will clean this up. Well, to Barco's credit, and also Councilmember Belliston had some role in the relationship there. We shifted that from, enforcement letters of clean up your stuff and quit being messy to this lease, which is, the proposal is Barco will lease the land that's reflected there in the exhibits for a lease payment of $4,000 per year for up to 10 years. The city has an out to it. If the city ever decides that they need to put a public road there, they have the ability to give notice and terminate the lease for a future public road. Otherwise, we would let it last its term. You'll notice in the exhibit images there, it's a piece of land that was dedicated to the city in a developer plat. Underneath it is the canal, a culinary water transmission line for the city of St. George and power. And so they couldn't do anything with it. And sewer, and sewer. And so there wasn't much the developer could do with it because of all the easements that were in there. And so essentially it got dedicated to the city with a developer plat. And so we own it now. This concept will clean it up. Barco will control it with fencing, will give city access to the east and west side gates. They'll improve it with road base and grading so that it's a more functional surface and unit. And they also, again, there's terms in there that if we need it for a public road before this lease is over, we can go take it back. Public Works doesn't foresee the city having any other need for it, so this doesn't appear to conflict with plans that are foreseen at this time for anything in that area. And so what other questions might you have on this?
You brought up the hazardous waste that was on there. That actually wasn't them that put that there. Somebody else put it there, but they did go clean that up and cleaned any of those.
I hadn't concluded
those
that it was
items up.
hazardous, but yeah, there were some containers that had some liquids, and we were trying to make sure we knew who put them there. And I never reached the conclusion that it was theirs. But yeah, we were getting ready to send out the letters when you kind of helped get it into a lease agreement cleanup concept, which was it's a lot easier to do than, send letters and make threats.
So they're not interested in purchasing it?
It hasn't been offered for purchase at this point. I don't know that it would be wise for us to sell it with everything that's underneath it. I think that as far as the utility corridor, we have an interest in keeping the city involved there.
Now it's a pretty proficient or prolific weed generator.
Yeah.
So, if they're gonna go and clean it up and road base it and maintain it, it would be beneficial. And it obviously won't cost us.
They went ahead and cleaned up all the trailers and equipment I don't believe they've road-based it or kind of finished it out like the agreement says yet. I think they're waiting to see if a contract gets approved before they make that expense, but they've already cleaned it up. And so what you see in the picture on there is no longer there today. It's,
Were they using it before?
their lot is the only lot that has legal vehicular access to it. And so some of the trailers had the Barco logo on them. So we believe that it was a,
spilled over
unhitch,
into it.
hitch up, yeah. So we believe that some of the use was theirs because trailers had their name on it. And we also view that as reasonable, as the city had never gone and taken possession of it once it was dedicated to them. And so we think this is something that just kind of floundered for a year or two since the plat, and we caught wind of it and got a pretty good solution here.
There's some erosion that's coming off of that that they're gonna clean up as well.
Yeah. So there was a residential subdivision to the south, and then the traditional use to the north, and then this kind of canal way in the middle that hasn't, as you know, the canal company doesn't spend a lot of time on the surface of their easement either. And so it could be a spot where there's a future trail someday. It could be a spot that the city has a road there. For now, the proposal is get a lease to an entity that's going to take good care of it underneath a lease agreement and give us access and control of it if we decide that that's necessary.
Thanks, Thad. Any questions on this item? If not, I'll call for a motion.
Mayor, I can make a motion to approve a resolution for a land lease agreement with Barco Holdings.
Have a motion by Councilman Ivy,
Second.
second by Councilman Henderson. Roll call vote, beginning with Councilmember Henderson.
Aye.
Belliston. Casperson. Ivy.
Aye.
Aye.
Coates. That passes 5-0. It is just about 8 o'clock. We've been going strong since 4 o'clock. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to reconvene, and we have 8 land use ordinances. Craig, hang with us, buddy. Okay, Brandy, hang with us. I'm going to try to keep this moving a little faster. We're going to do a negative split for you runners out there. We're going to go faster on the back half than we were on the first. We'll take 5. We'll start back up about 8:05. Okay, we're back. We will start as people trickle back in. We'll move on to item 7A. This is consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change Z-26-01 from C2 to DM downtown mixed use located at 127 East Telegraph Street. Community Development Director Eldon Gibb will present. Mr. Gibb.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The proposal includes a two-story building, which is 34 foot 2 inches tall, with a total square footage of 4,848. Both floors will be professional office space. The proposal includes 19 parking spaces. We'll pull up the site plan here. Which meets the minimum requirement for the proposed use. As shown on the plan, the front setback is 5 feet from the property line. This is an allowed setback in the downtown mixed-use zone, and it promotes walkability and improves the aesthetics of the site by accommodating parking behind and to the rear of the building rather than from street's view. The exterior building, we'll pull up the front building here. You can see what it looks like. Consists of stucco, rock, and metal, creating a modern feel that utilizes clean lines, geometric shapes, and a mix of contrasting materials. The proposal includes a placeholder for a mural to be located on the west side of the building. Before I show this mural, the owner, after the Planning Commission, sent over a few photos of what they propose or see here, and it will be quite different from as shown here.
It will not be Bob Ross, huh?
I'm not for it then now, Eldon. That's the only thing I like to
Bob Ross on the side of the building would be great.
Stated, this is a placeholder. Was really recently up in the Boise area, and we looked at some murals on buildings and how it brings the building to life and draws the community in. So I'm really excited about this mural portion of it.
That's funny.
Site utilizes one-way vehicular traffic, as shown here. Ingress will be made from Telegraph and egress will be made onto 100 East. The property owner has also obtained an access agreement with the property owner to the west to accommodate this traffic. The surrounding zoning is C2 to the north and east, residential to the south, and AP to the west. The Planning Commission reviewed this request and unanimously recommended approval based on the findings and conditions stated in the report, with the recommendation that there be some sort of city involvement or oversight regarding the exterior mural. That concludes staff report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Eldon? Any need to hear from the applicant?
We hear from him enough. Just kidding. That was a joke.
I'm happy to entertain a motion if there's no further discussion.
Mayor,
I'll make the motion since I made the joke. I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance for zone change one from C2 to DM 70 East Telegraph Street.
And is that as recommended by the Planning Commission? Did you want some oversight on the mural? Did you want to be the one approving the mural?
Just kidding.
So I've
State your name for the record.
My name is Troy Belliston. Well, two things. One is the access off Telegraph. People can go back onto Telegraph too, right? So it's dual access on Telegraph and then one way out the backside. But I've done a lot of landscaping plans, and I've never found a landscaper that sticks to it. You can tell a painter to paint a wall, but you can't tell a painter to paint a mural. And sometimes the artists that come in, they kind of, it's a living,
organism when they come in to actually do the painting. So I don't want to try to tie that one down. I'd like to leave that one.
What if we ask you
open.
just to bring it forward to us in a work session, just give us an idea general idea?
That's fine. That'd be great.
I mean, we
But the
walked-
intent is to do something that's patriotic, that meets with, Washington, George Washington. I actually provided him a graphic of George Washington as Bob
Yeah, you
Ross
showed-
painting a painting.
You
but
showed
he-
that to me. It's what's got me
but he
nervous
didn't.
tonight.
No. No, that was just to be a placeholder, right?
All right,
So,
just bring it back to a workshop
no, I'm
meeting.
fine with that.
All right, comfortable with that, Councilwoman Casperson, that he brings that back?
That, Mayor.
Motion by Councilwoman Casperson to approve, second by Councilman Coates. We'll go roll call, beginning with Councilmember Henderson. Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
That is approved unanimously, 4-0. Moving along to item 7B. This is consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change Z-26-02 to update the Alea PCD site plan located at Washington Fields Road and Groves Parkway. Eldon Gibb will present to the council on this item.
The applicant is requesting approval to amend the site plan zoning map by adding evaporation pond as a zoning designation and reallocating open space so that the open space acreage remains the same. And the changes are as follows: adding 1 acre of evaporation pond to the commercial zoning designation, which is located at the very north end of the development. That's adjacent to Washington Fields Road, circled there in red. And then also reallocating 0.5 acres of low density to open space in pod 17, and another 0.5 acres of medium density to open space in pod 8. The Planning Commission did review this and unanimously recommended approval based on the findings and conditions stated in staff report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Council, questions for staff on this item? Questions for the applicant on this item? Does the applicant want to talk? I don't blame you, Brandy. Good to see you, Mike. Happy to entertain a motion on this item.
Mayor, I can make a motion.
Go ahead, Councilman Ivy.
Motion to approve an ordinance for zone change Z-26-0T to update the Alea PCD site plan. Okay, Washington Fields Road.
Heard the motion by Councilman Ivy.
Mayor, I want to make a substitute motion that we table this until they can get their landscaping finished on Washington Fields Road.
I've got a substitute motion for item 6B, 7B, to be tabled until the landscaping within the PCD is
Just Washington Fields Road.
Washington Fields Road. I appreciate that. We've got a motion and a second. We are going to vote on this. I would just like, as a courtesy, before we go vote on this, I'm going to ask Brandy if she can just give feedback on to the council on this item. Or Mike, whoever you want.
Brandy Walker, Civil Science, representing the applicant tonight. Mike and I actually had the conversation when we first got in tonight, because we knew that I was like, we got easy without him to talk about landscape. But understood. Landscape's been the hot topic. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to go out.
They've told me they're doing it. Still not.
I like your timeline of 2 years. But if you go out there and look, efforts with landscaping has gone forward. So between the subdivisions of Crossroad and Lakeside, where residents reside, that big open space corridor has a trail system through it now. It's been landscaping, the landscape's almost finished up, lighting is going in. So that's where the landscape focus has been, in between those two residential subdivisions. In front of the EVAP pond location, there is existing landscape. So to say the Fields Road, we need a little bit more clarification. To move down to where Preserve is, that's the visionary project.
I would say, I'll just be specific.
Can you pull up a map, Eldon?
I mean, looking at your PCD map, basically from Stukey Farms Parkway all the way down to the Warner Valley Road hasn't been landscaped on the
Okay, so
west side.
west side. 26 is not developed.
2 is developed. Primrose
Yeah,
is
I was
developed.
gonna work the other way.
Oh, sorry.
26 is not developed. Primrose did their own landscape. That's theirs. They did their thing.
But their landscape.
So they own their property. The frontage of Crossroads outside, we can talk, yeah, that's understood. That is a recorded subdivision and it is done. It's built. Visionary's in the process of building walls on 6, and Homes will be the same on 7. So we're not, and they're still doing power.
I'm not saying 6 and 7, I'll be very
going
clear.
north. Frontage
I'm
of
talking
2.
from Warner Valley Road, north, everything that's developed along the road needs to be landscaped.
Okay, so that's Crossroads.
Crossroads,
Primrose has
You got
landscape.
medians down there that are just growing weeds. Look, I'm happy to go down and meet and walk it if you like, but I feel the same way. I drove up the other day and it was like, what the heck?
Yeah,
it's our front door.
Broken record, right?
totally understood. The corridor, the one that I'm referring to that they're wrapping up right now is between 2-3, Crossroad Lakeside. So you can see how big that green gap is. That's what their focus has been right now. Do you know what I'm talking?
We've been having the conversation for long enough that they could have addressed it.
That needs to be done, but I'm talking the parkway,
Right on the road.
on the road.
That's fine. If you want to make your motion, just if you could be very specific on location.
I can be specific.
is all.
I made my motion along Washington Fields Road of developed areas that are already developed. Because anything going in 6 and 7 that's being developed right now, before they get building permit, aren't we requiring them to get the landscaping in, Eldon, I would ask?
Eldon. 1, 6, and 7, we're requiring the,
They're just not finished, right?
Correct, they're in process. Brandy spoke accurately in that they're putting in block walls and moving in the direction to be able to provide the landscape.
And we like to give a grace period, we understand, but this is way past the grace period. And that's just my point is, I'm not moving forward with anything until that gets cleaned up. And I'm only one, right? The rest of you can vote.
so then
Well,
our
you
next
got a
meeting,
second,
what's
so-
our date? We're gonna vote on this. Jeremy, what's the next meeting date? Do you see on there?
April.
April 9th?
8th.
April 8th, okay. Got a motion to table until landscaping is done.
Along Washington Fields
Washington Fields
Road,
Road,
along
from-
Washington Field Roads, along developed properties.
along developed property, basically from Stuckey down to Warner Valley Road.
Ask for a clarification on that, because in my mind, if a median's there, it's developed.
Including a median.
Okay, because the medians go all the way down, right? And I just don't want to be splitting hairs on, well, developed, we're not undeveloped, whatever. If it's got medians, if it's got roadway, then it ought to be kept clean.
Is April 8th enough time for that to be done? Not even close? Okay, so can we table it, Thad, to a uncertain date, or do we need to have a specific date on this?
I don't support tables to uncertain dates. I think they're entitled to know when you're gonna bring it up next. And so-
Yeah, I mean, on land use, we'd like to have a date, so I guess I'm looking for you for a date. The council's saying before we entitle this, we want the landscaping done, so I'm looking back to you for a timeline to make sure that motion has a timeline.
Mayor, you've got a motion in a second, so
And I'm ready to vote, I just want to get that date down, because I don't want to table it to just a date uncertain.
May
All right.
13th.
Ask another question.
Putting a lot on the line real quick, because it's not just like, let's go throw some trees in, let's go throw some shrubs in. This is the long delay. We have to pull water meters. That median wasn't planned for properly as far as making conduits getting out to it, so we have to conduit to it, pull water meters to it. These guys are coming up with a better lighting plan and a better conducive landscape. We intend to pull a lot of that old landscape out that's in front of the EVAP pond, because this isn't the same theme that's built. I mean, Primrose went in and put pine trees type trees way back in the day. So we have an overall landscape plan. Maybe we should have brought it with us tonight.
Conversation on May 13th.
May 15th.
Yeah.
That's the next, if April 8th is.
April 15th? Oh, I'm
But
like,
this
If
is
April
gonna,
8th is too early, then May 13th would be the first one.
I mean, to say it needs to be installed, I mean, it's gonna take us that long
no,
too.
I'm not, okay, so I appreciate, we're trying to press a point, right?
Yeah, I get it.
And they keep telling us it's happening. We went through all the entitlements, everything, and nothing, like literally nothing.
Well-
And we've had time. We've had plenty of time.
To say it's not happening isn't entirely true. The position that where it's very visible down the Fields Road, agreed. They went in and did weed
built
cleanup. There
plenty
is
of-
not plants planted in the
Plenty of
ground.
homes, they started the lake, the lagoon, they started all that stuff.
But maintain weed cleanup. Because I was just down there too.
We have a motion.
Where the conversation is continued, I request a conversation myself. Have you a plan in place for the landscaping right now?
Yes, they have a professional landscape architect on board that has taken the whole 300 acres, that's Landworks, and has done a master landscape plan that all the new phases coming on are obligated to follow, and the master developer has their corridors that will be installing on their dime. So to make a conducive landscape plan that fits everything has taken time. And, the Fields Road sat there for way longer than 2 years. That road's been out there sitting vacant. I mean, Crossroads recorded, I don't even remember,
So
probably
would
like 8
this-
years ago.
Would this tonight cause an undue hardship on the company? Would it cause, tell me why?
The issue that we're having with, and I get this, we've been at this with you for years.
Because I agree, we need to get it
If we punt on the EVAP pond and contingent it on landscape, you have a developer of a surf park that is reliant on this location being approved so he can proceed with his permitting unrelated to the landscape of the master developer. So it's really convoluting another individual who has no say in landscape and timing and install in any of that.
No, we keep going through this with master developers. They punt it down the road, they punt it down the road, they punt it down the road.
When do you want to come back before the council?
To the end of the road.
Well,
Would you want to come back in April or May?
What I would like to propose
would you like?
is let us bring you our landscape plan, and we'll put together a schedule and a timeline, because our focus hasn't been the Fields Road. Admittedly, it has been that beautiful corridor
It's
between
our
2 and
focus.
3, because we've had residents about that.
So when do you want to bring that back? Do you want to bring that back in April or May?
Well, it depends on what you want to see.
Well, I
If we can
think
bring you a
the council's going to
timeline-
vote to table this, and so I need a
A
date.
date, I got it. But if you're saying we have to have it installed, I would like to bring you guys a timeline, a plan, a schedule, something tangible you haven't seen. We haven't presented actual plan. You've just heard us talk. You haven't seen an actual schedule in writing. Again, you've heard us talk. But the EVAP pond timeline is extremely important to us because of the unrelated projects associated to it. That has nothing to do with the landscape. So if you're open to us presenting a schedule sooner rather than later, we could do that. But to say that
I
the
understand you're not
motion's
gonna
gonna
get
be
it done in a
installed-
week. I'm not saying you are, because that's not gonna happen.
A suggestion. I know the developer's been spending a lot of money on marketing to market $1.5 million lots. Suggestion is that he goes and buys a weed whacker and gives it to a guy and say, go clean up the weeds, right? And then whenever we come back, we can talk schedule and everything else at that point in time. And if the weeds are knocked down, it's gonna be an easier conversation.
What date do you want to come
Fair
back
enough.
with that plan?
What were the options?
You got April 8th, let's see if we do the math, plus 14 is going to be 26. April
We'll
26.
take the April 8th.
Okay. You amend your motion to table to April 8th?
I'm happy to do that.
Thanks, Brandy. Thanks, Mike. We have a motion to table.
Till April 8th.
We're going to do a roll call vote, beginning with Council Member Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Nay with an explanation. I don't see how the two are related, and I don't think that was very fair tonight, the way they were treated. Nay.
Casperson.
Nay.
Belliston.
Aye.
Henderson.
I'm gonna vote nay. But, I can't understand why you guys can't keep the weeds up. I don't get it. It's like,
We just want our road to look nice, right? It reflects on us.
it's like, so, yeah, I mean, I don't want to, I agree with Councilman Ivy. It's like, you can't hold up a several $1 million project on weeds or whatever, but I agree with these guys. I cannot, every time I drive down There's weeds everywhere. It's like there's Roundup. You know, you could send somebody over there every other week, spray it with Roundup, and I don't think we'd have a problem. Because, I mean, I understand it's a process to get the thing done. I understand you probably don't have water to some of those islands and stuff like that, and it's a process, but for crying out loud, get the flipping weeds under control, because they never are. They're always, you know, that tall. Every time I drive by there, the weeds are out of control. It surprises me that you don't keep it up when we bring it up every time you guys come in here, so.
The motion to table failed on a vote of 2-3. Councilwoman Casperson.
I was just wondering, do we now go back to the
Yep,
original motion?
you
I'll make
can-
it- I'll
you
make a
can-
second on that.
On the original motion, so
Yeah.
we've got a motion by Councilman Ivy to approve, a second by Councilwoman Casperson. We've got a commitment to come back to the council on April 8th with the schedule. But this is a motion and a second to approve. We'll start our voting.
Mayor, I think we need to put that in the motion, that they come back and put a date on it.
You comfortable with that, Councilman Ivy? It's your motion.
I will add April 8th. They will come back with their plan and an end date.
Thank you.
Okay. We've got the motion, the amended motion and the second. We will vote again, beginning with Councilmember Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson. Belliston. Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Nay.
That is approved on a vote of 3-2 with an agenda item to come back on April 8th. A condition of approval to come back on April 8th and present your landscape plan. And I highly suggest you listen to what particular Councilman Henderson said. Because if him and Rachel drive, if it doesn't pass Rachel's eye test, we're all in trouble, right, Councilwoman Casperson? This has been one of the more entertaining council meetings in my career. Thanks, guys. Item 7C, this is consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change Z-26-03 from A20 to C2, located at 4090 South Washington Fields Road. Community Development Director Eldon Gibb will present, and the applicant Craig Hopkinson got dinner and his money's worth tonight. Eldon, go ahead.
The general plan land use designation is currently CCOM, which supports the proposed zone change application. The surrounding zoning to this parcel is C1 to the north, with the Performance Fitness moving forward with the recent approval of their conditional use permit. R18 and C2 to the east, and A20 to the south, which is the existing Sandia Farm greenhouse, and PUDR to the west. The C2 request is for the purpose of developing the 9.49 acres into a commercial development intended to conveniently provide day-to-day commodities to the area residents. If this zone change is approved, the next step for the development would require the applicant to obtain conditional use permit approval, which will show site-specific details for the commercial development. Staff has no concerns with the proposed zone change as outlined. On March 4th, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of this request based on the findings stated in staff report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Questions for Eldon? Questions for the applicant? Further discussion or a motion?
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve item 7C Z-26-03 from A20 to C2, located at 4090 South Washington Fields Road.
Have a
Second that.
motion by Councilman Coates, second by Councilman Belliston. Roll call vote, beginning with Councilmember Casperson.
Aye.
Belliston. Henderson. Coates.
Aye.
Ivy. That is approved unanimously, 5-0. You're welcome to stay, but you don't have to.
Might be leftovers or something.
Item 7D, this is consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change Z-26-04 from R18 and PUD to PUD and R18, located at Smith Creek Drive and Bear Trap Canyon Drive. Community Development Director Eldon Gibb will explain the swap.
Exactly what we're doing here is a swap. Makes sense to help the existing developments pan out and blend in with what is currently there. Specifics of this zone change are to change 1.08 acres, R18 to PUD on the north, or the top, the most piece there circled in red. And then change 0.54 acres of PUDR to R18. Bottom piece there. Staff has no concerns with the zone change as outlined, and the Planning Commission reviewed this and also recommended approval based on the findings stated in staff report. And I'm happy to answer any clarifying questions.
Questions for Eldon on this item? As the applicant or applicant's representative here, do you need to hear from the applicant? Okay, I'm ready for a further discussion or a motion on this one.
Mayor, I can make a motion to approve an ordinance for zone change Z-26-04 from R18 and PUD to PUD and R18, located at Smith Creek Drive and Bear Trap Canyon Drive.
Motion to approve by Councilman Ivey. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Councilwoman Casperson. We'll go roll call vote, beginning with Councilmember Casperson.
Aye.
Ivy. Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Belliston.
Aye.
She spoke sooner but softer.
I didn't, that's okay.
Item 7E. This is consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change Z-26-05 from R110 to PUDC, located at 400 West and Merrill Road. Eldon Gibb will present to the council. Mr. Gibb.
The surrounding zoning here is PUDR to the north, unincorporated land to the east, R115 and R110 to the south, and St. George City property to the west, which is commercial. The zone change request is for the purpose of developing the site into a commercial development. The proposal shows a 15-foot landscape strip along the southern boundary, that green line there. And then also a 10-foot asphalt trail adjacent to Merrill Road, which is part of the larger master plan trail network. The development is broken down into two different use lists. I'll pull that up here. You can see the site plan. We've got pink and a blue area. Both of those areas have different uses included in them. List number 1 encompasses 9.49 acres and is commercial type uses, and use list number 2 encompasses 1.96 acres and is administrative professional type uses. The applicant is asked to defer the site layout and design plan at this time and fully understands they will need to submit these plans and gain zoning approval prior to any work beginning on the project. Today's proposal is seeking approval to establish ingress-egress to the site along with the following use list. And we'll dig in here. Use list number 2, item number 1 includes administrative, executive, professional, medical, and research offices. Line item number 2, banking and other financial institutions. And lastly, line item number 3, mobile food vendor with a limit of no more than 3 at any given time. And again, this use list is for this blue area to the right, the 1.96 acres. The second use list is commercial based. And as you can see on the bottom here, the applicants identified a percentage scale here that 20% of the uses will be office, 30% will be restaurant, and 50% will be retail, with a plus or minus 10% variable there. Use list number 1 is any permitted use list in number 2. Line item number 2 is restaurants. Line item number 3, retail sale and/or rental of goods, merchandise conducted wholly within enclosed building and specific to inside sales only. Line item number 4, 1 automobile vehicle lube service, and that's not to exceed 0.7 acres. Line item number 5, recreation/entertainment facilities, not to include sexually oriented businesses. Line item number 6 is indoor technical schools. Absolutely no auto mechanic related training. Line item number 7, reception center and/or wedding chapel. Line item number 8, auditoriums, conference rooms, museums, theaters, and libraries. Line item number 9 is retail sales of goods and merchandise, which may include display outside an enclosed building. An example of these uses include artwork, beauty shop, bookstore, clothing, and florist. And lastly, line item number 10 is medical clinic. The Planning Commission reviewed this request and unanimously recommended approval based on the findings and conditions stated in staff report. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
What questions do you have for Eldon, Councilman Belliston?
Well, then I got 2. Why, I mean, I guess I don't understand why they'd have it split up into 2 different zones to where, I mean, the bank was, I mean, if it was all just blended, then they could kind of do the bank anywhere, right? I mean, I guess I don't understand why they did that. And where the second one would be, it's a bigger site. Doesn't it make sense to just go C2 on this one instead of the PUD? Because that big of a site could change 4 times, 5 times, however many times. If it was a single, 2-acre site, it makes sense, right? But on a bigger one, you're gonna have CUPs that come in anyway. I don't know they're gonna have all their tenants laid out all together, be able to come in one shot for a PUD for that. That's just the way I see it, right?
Yeah, great comments. And the general plan discussion was create a buffer between existing residents. Assurances there going the PUD route. We would be involved with the look and feel, not knowing if CUP based off the size of the building.
Way to listen to the council, Eldon. Good job.
So my only comment, if you're done, Councilman.
I'm done, I'm good.
Just the automotive vehicle lube service. I just want to protect those residents that live on that edge that are existing. That originally, when they bought their homes, it was general planned as residential. And so I would just say that, I don't know how that affects their plan. I don't know if there's an applicant here to speak on it, but I'd like to see it at least 200 feet away from those residences along lot 69 to 65 area. But I don't know how that affects their plan. I just don't want to see, I wouldn't mind it against the road, but kind of protect those residents that were there existing when they bought and it was residential for that type of business.
Are you the representative on this? Okay. Are you ready? Why don't you come up and introduce yourself, and that might be a question you can address. If you'll just state your name, we should know you already, but we don't.
Josh Horlocker, representing Bush and Gudgel, the engineer on the project.
Good evening, Josh. You heard the councilman's comment about the lube service and the distance from the existing residences there. Is that a problem for the applicant to make that 200 feet away?
I was fielding a question about where the police department was when that was. I didn't catch all of that.
No,
I did see that. That was not fair. I mean, your item finally comes up and somebody comes in and takes your ear. Go ahead, Councilman Coates.
It's been a long night. So all I was saying is I'm trying to protect the residents from like a tire shop or like automotive. And so I would not like to see it in the back 200 feet from the lot 65 to 69 along Orilla Drive.
You think that would your client have an issue with making sure that's not within 200 feet of a residential structure, the lube oil service?
The lube oil would effectively need to be in the northwest corner if it
On the
was gonna-
north, somewhere on the north.
Along the road.
Somewhere along the road.
I'm just saying I don't want it along the back of these houses.
I think I can confidently state that the developer would have no disagreement with that.
Then I would make a
stipulation.
condition of that in the approval, that they'd have to stay at minimum 200 feet away from those residential lots along Orilla Drive.
Okay.
Council, got the applicant's representative here. Any other questions for this engineer? Thank you. If you'll stay close in case we need you again.
All right.
John? Councilman Coates has a question for you.
I asked the mayor, and he was like, we should ask John. And I'm like, yeah, you should.
But I run the meeting, so he's going to do the asking.
So, John, just a question, and I know we've had a lot of discussion on the trail on the west side. It's St. George City property. That's where our boundaries. You know, you guys are rebuilding that road, and maybe it's a question for Blake, not you. But is that trail our responsibility, St. George's responsibility? I can't remember. I don't think it's these guys' responsibility. I'm just trying to understand whose responsibility it is. I think it should be their responsibility.
It should be the developer's responsibility for.
But I remember when we sat in that meeting with Mayor Randall, and they were basically saying there was some weird agreement, but it is St. George City property, so I don't know if I don't know.
I wish I could remember. You were there, Councilman Ivey. Do you remember the trail?
I just remember the developer wasn't
Do
doing
you remember, Jeremy?
I would just ask, maybe we ask the
When
question.
we get back to plat, let's have that answer. Okay?
Yeah, are we talking about that highlighted section right there?
Yes,
Yeah. That's a good.
because it's the old roadway that got abandoned, right?
Right, I
And so their plan is to put a trail there. And so my thought is, who's doing that?
Mr. Horlocker, if you can do some
That wouldn't
research
be
on
our-
that
That wouldn't
too.
be our development at all. That would
It's
be-
St. George property, but I know they had talked trail as well.
I thought they were gonna do it too, but
Yeah, that would be solely that Paseos Development's responsibility, nothing with our property owner.
I don't agree it's their responsibility, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a weird gray area that I know we've been butting heads on it with them over the years on that piece of road / trail / annexation / whatever else they want to think
Yeah,
of.
exactly.
We did come to a good agreement. Blake, come in and share your wisdom.
One question,
Go ahead,
Mayor.
Councilman.
John, can I ask a question real quick? It seems like I saw an access map on this, and on 240, there was a right out.
Yeah,
Onto
he's showing it as a
240?
right in, right out. It technically qualifies for full movement according to our access management.
Okay, because I'd prefer to not have a right out into the neighborhood. I'd rather have them go out
Yeah,
down the
yeah.
main road, you know?
Yeah, no, agreed.
Is that
Yeah,
possible?
that access 3 actually qualifies for a full movement. So,
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
good question on that though.
So this is, as I recall anyway, is that because they were not putting the road there, and we moved the signal to Harvest because they wanted the signal to
That's
actually
right.
be at their entrance, and we moved it over to Harvest, and we agreed that we would then split that cost, but the trail was going to be theirs.
That's
to
right. The
put it-
trail would abut into that,
And
what's
that
now a
was-
three-way light.
That was to solve the problem of not having a way for kids from that
That's right, because that was
development
one of
getting
your
to
main initial
the
concerns,
school.
Councilman.
That reminded my memory. Thank you, Blake.
So I'm pretty sure that it was something they were planning on doing, whether they're doing that through the developer or St. George.
And
I'm
that's
assuming
the
with
agreement
developer.
we just talked about that I just
So
signed, isn't it?
That was specifically for the light, but that tied into it as part of it, so.
Okay. That's what we agreed to. That's what you agreed to.
So we're
I
paying.
agree with 33%, and they would cover the rest.
The developer is doing $50,000, and then what's left, we're splitting between St. George.
Okay, at least they're helping.
That's good. Thanks, Blake. Timely, valuable comments. Council, I'm ready for a motion on this one, if someone's ready to make the motion.
Mayor, I'll make the motion that we approve item 7E, zone change Z-2605 from R110 to PUDC with the condition that within PUD number 1, that automobile vehicle lube service not to exceed 0.7 acres be located a minimum of 200 feet away from the lots along Orilla Drive.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Belliston. We'll go roll call, beginning with Councilmember Ivy.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Henderson. Belliston.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
That is approved 5-0 unanimously. Item 7F, this is consideration to approve an ordinance for General Plan Amendment G-26-01 for from BUS 2 medium high density MHD located approximately 965 South, 100 East. Eldon Gibb will present. Mr. Gibb.
Here's the location here on the map, that star. I'll pull up the general plan. You can see it is currently business and proposing to go, to medium high density for the purpose of developing the area into an attached townhome development. The surrounding general plan use designations are PUDC to the north, open space to the east, business park to the south, and industrial to the west. Existing uses and zoning surrounding the site include PUDC to the north, which is the Jolly storage units, PUDC to the east, that includes the River Wash area, PUDC to the south, which is vacant land slated to be commercial, and then industrial to the west, which is Geneva Pipe and FM Medical. Staff has reviewed the requested change, visited the site, and reviewed long-term planning for this area. Staff does not feel comfortable with the proposed amendment as it creates conflict in land use adjacency compatibility with both existing and future uses. The shift from an employment-based business park designation to residential creates an interface conflict. Operational requirements of the surrounding industrial uses and future businesses are highly likely to negatively impact the residential life safety and quiet enjoyment of future residences that would come with this development. On March 18th, the Planning Commission reviewed this request and unanimously recommended denial as outlined above and due to the interface conflict of uses. That concludes staff report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Council, any questions for Eldon?
Well, maybe more of a statement than a question. Is it, Eldon, correct me if I'm wrong, but when they bought the property and when it was first discussed, when they first came in, they had a residential component to that PUD when it was brought in and submitted, correct?
That is correct. Under their current entitlements, PUDC, there's an option in there to bring residential in a mixed-use setting.
That was part of what they proposed, was to residential component. And to this piece to the north, number one, we have an affordable housing problem. This addresses some of that. It's not like we're putting a through street there. So it's the traffic that's in there is a residential traffic that's going in there. It's not, with the exception of the Geneva plant that's right there, it's not a heavy commercial use. The storage facility next to it is very little, commercial traffic that goes to and from that. And quite frankly, those people that are there would benefit that business significantly, I think. It's bifurcated from the other commercial properties that they do want to develop commercial, and it gets them some revenue coming in and some traction and be able to bring the commercial in earlier than they may necessarily, want to. So I don't really have a problem with it. I'm wrong.
I think our concern as staff is residential might work there along with everything else that's planned, but without bringing the rest of the planning, we risk creating a situation where we have problems down the road. I mean, that is going to be a main road going through there. It'll come from Main Street down to 100 East. And we have no commitment on when the road gets widened or how that happens. And so,
I mean, they'd have to start widening.
say we're going to do a planned unit development. We're going to plan the whole thing. But now we're pulling out little pieces and planning just the residential. You could certainly get in a situation where those residents are impacted around it, but we don't know what that's going to be yet.
In all fairness, back to the, the PUD conversation on whether or not it ought to be C2 when it's a bigger commercial, because a commercial is a living, breathing thing. It's not like a house. You can sell lots because they're all pretty uniform and they fit a lot of different, residential types, right? But in commercial, it's so specific that every single tenant is a completely different plan. And you can't plan all the components of a commercial district until you have all the components there to be able to plan it. And so that's why you get them piecemealed. And so I think the bigger ones, it's better to go C2.
Exactly it. You don't know what's going to go on next to it. And I think that's staff's concern, is that then something comes that isn't compatible with the residential and the residential's already done and built. So it's a planning issue more than anything, but it's up to the council to decide that you don't
Residential that's going in
about it and move on.
northwest of that.
I'd like to know when the rest of the road's going to be completed if we're adding hundreds of units of, it's a very narrow road and it's.
I think it's fair to say,
What are we going to do with the traffic that goes down to industrial? So we're piece planning it as well as piece building it. And that's
is to ask that they run the road all the way down to industrial and widen that section since they have both portions of it.
I think that would be at the minimum something that you should ask, yeah.
Before I invite the applicant up, council, further questions for staff?
Can I just ask one, Mayor?
Go ahead.
Okay. Eldon, in the staff report, it states that likely to negatively impact the residential life, safety, and quiet enjoyment. Would you just elaborate on that just a little bit? I mean, it's pretty much self-explanatory, but is there something that you wanted the council to know from that statement?
I was just thinking long-term planning. As Manager Red stated, we have a connection to I-15 that's going to create a T corridor here in the future. And that's only going to increase. It's going to be a busy intersection based off the existing uses to the west. Geneva Rock is probably one of the heaviest industrial users in the city, right across the street. And just bringing residential units to that creates this interface conflict that you typically wouldn't support in a land use setting.
Eldon, I have a question for you. Trying to think what's on the exhibit that shows the site plan that says Washington Trust Farm Project. Do you see that one? I'm looking at the third page down.
I think that was a supplementary addition that the applicant asked to include.
Oh, you might not have that.
I hate to reference land use specific drawings.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. I forgot about that. I was just thinking about that access road. So you see that Meadow Lane on the east side of see the houses over there, and there's the road that stubs. I guess I'm just wondering if this did go forward, would that actually come forward or not? Or is that dead ending right there? Because the supplemental kind of showed that as a road, and I didn't know that was ever going to go through.
Yeah, that segment you're talking about is 840 South on that side as well.
There you go.
In older master transportation plans, 840 had been slated to slide across and slide back up and connect with 840 South over to the other side. It had been removed from master transportation plans with no plan to extend it across. And then as part of that, once that was taken out, that led to the development of the storage units.
Oh, that's right, with
right there and stuff. And so
LJ Storage.
Yeah, and so then we'd have to go back to that, we'd have a major realignment.
Oh, okay, that's right. Okay, good point.
So.
And again, we're We're at a zone change anyway. Okay. Any additional questions for staff?
I do have just one other comment. Geneva, granted, Geneva, when they have a truck that goes out of there, it's a heavy loaded truck, right? I'll give you that. They're one tenant. They're one building down there that's that kind of traffic. The other commercial isn't, heavy equipment type of traffic. And earlier tonight, we just had an approval on the project over there off of Country Way that a huge amount of heavy equipment goes on. And we were fine with that one, but we're not fine with this one because it's across the street of one tenant. Like, guys, I mean, I see no problem with allowing them to put some residential right there and addressing a need that they see that also helps them generate some funds to do the rest of the commercial.
I'll invite the applicant forward. Looks like Wes Davis, welcome. You talk just a little bit about the safety, the logic behind the location and the use, and then also more specifically about the road.
Sure. So Wes Davis.
East side?
What's that?
On the east side.
Oh, on the east side, yeah. So when we made the proposal here 3, 4, 5 years ago, that's the supplemental ones that you have there. Geneva was there. We knew the storage units were coming in. So when we had discussed this 3 or 4 years ago, it was all already there. And then we changed it from the more defined plan, just to kind of the bubble plan to come through because we knew things would change over time. But all those things were there when we had talked about it and worked out all the acquisitions of the properties there. So it's not different. It's not a surprise. Those tenants were there then. We had this discussion back then about what our uses were. So we're very consistent. It changed a little bit because we did get rid of that road along 840. Obviously, that wasn't able to connect. But otherwise, the plan is very, very similar, very consistent. But in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, whenever that road comes all the way through and Main Street aligns, the uses that may be viable on the rest of the commercial are going to be very different. I think with some of the additional on-site improvements that might be required along 100 East, I don't know that we have a problem with any of those.
So let's talk about that for just a minute because Main Street South is moving forward in phases, and it's likely that would veer east, tie into 100, and then that would become, a lot of traffic would dump onto that. So are you feeling like if the council gave you a zone change on this, you came back with a plat that you would finish at least that east full width all the way down to industrial so that they had good access there?
I don't know if that would be a problem. I'd have to just confirm, but if you wanted to make the condition, we're happy to address that.
I can't speak for my council, but I think that'd be an important part of it for them.
Yeah, and as far as traffic going in and out, I think cars are able to access that road much easier and less of a hassle than you have possibly big trucks coming in on the other side.
I do take that road all the time, and I don't very often see big trucks. I know. Council, this is your opportunity to speak to the applicant's representative.
Wes, is it the same owner, all that blue?
No, you guys actually own some of it.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Okay. Some of it south of the
we
property
own we own the
100?
triangular piece down on south of Industrial.
Okay.
Further down Eldon a little bit maybe.
South of Industrial, yeah.
Right there. We own from the top all the way down to the bottom there.
So
and
from
then
the
you guys
star all
own
the way down?
everything on the lower half of that. The line there, the kind of the green line.
Okay. And these townhomes, give us an idea of what maybe price point? Do you have
They're
any
like
of?
standalone patio homes.
Okay.
So it's a detached townhome. So they're a little more clustered, intend to have, garages, but trying to make it in the affordable range, 300s, 400,000.
Okay. Thank you. I wonder, and I've wondered this for a while, I wonder how long Geneva's gonna stay. I mean, are they growing, do you think? Are they gonna look for another bigger parcel somewhere else, do you think?
It's possible.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. They may stay there.
I'll say
Yeah,
there's
I
been
guess
a
you
real
never
estate
know.
sign out front, advertising it for lease, so that's indicative that they may be reallocating some of their resources somewhere else, yeah.
I'll just tell you where I'm at. I like it. I appreciate staff and then bring, that they're doing their job. I actually don't mind it right here. I do think it's critical, though, that you bring good commercial on the rest of it.
Correct. And we'll be, anything that happens on that parcel, we have to come back in, so you guys will get a
So
chance to look
that's
at
just,
it.
that's just kind of where I am. I know it's been a long night, we've been here for a long time, all of us, but I didn't, when I prepped, I didn't think I was gonna like it. And I looked at it again tonight and I'm like, you know what? I don't have a problem with it.
Okay.
So that's where I am, for what it's worth.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion.
Thanks, Wes.
Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion that we approve an ordinance for general plan amendment G-26- from, wait, do I get the right motion? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, F.
All right. That we approve an ordinance for general plan amendment G-26-01 from BUS to MHD located approximately 965 South 100 East.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Belliston. Is there a second?
Is there a condition that they'll improve 100 East all the way down to
Can we
Industrial
do that on
Road?
the general plan,
That
though?
condition of the approval that they improve one.
Can we do that on a general plan, Thad? Yeah. Okay. You've heard the motion with the condition, the added condition. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilman Coates. We'll go roll call vote, beginning with Councilmember Henderson, Belliston, Casperson,
Nay.
Ivy, Coates.
Leave it to me again.
It's your night.
I'm an aye.
Item 7F is approved on a vote of 3-2. Do it right, Wes. Bring us back a good plan. Get a plan to finish out the width of that road and bring us back some commercial. When you do that, you'll have Councilman Ivy and Councilwoman Casperson's vote too, okay? Bring some good commercial to make up for it. All right. Item 7G. This is consideration to approve an ordinance amending Washington City Code Title 10, Chapter 3-3-C-2- v, preliminary plats. Community Development Director Eldon Gibb.
During a pre-development meeting discussing this piece here, we encountered a problem, and the applicant was under the assumption that 15-foot landscape strip may be a little bit too wide for the city and is proposing a change here. Two examples of this landscape strip are just north of Whammers in the Desert Meadows subdivision on the right-hand side of the screen. This landscape buffer is 15 feet, so meets current standards. The one on the left, Heritage Place subdivision, is a PUD, and they were approved with a 10-foot landscape strip on this north side here. So it's a really good area to compare and contrast the difference between a 15 and a 10-foot landscape strip. Two other examples south of here.
So Eldon, is that 10 feet plus the sidewalk?
Is
Okay.
10 foot of raw landscaping. Here's an example of two other 10-foot landscape strips of raw landscaping. I'll clarify that. Good point there. That's off of Hayfield Drive. The applicant is proposing just to change the verbiage from 15 foot to 10 foot. During the Planning Commission discussion, they had a healthy discussion, a lot of good input, and was concerned about that. They recommended approval with the condition that the 15-foot landscape strip remain based off of the roadway widths of 85 foot and larger would remain a 15-foot landscape strip, and then 66 foot and less change to a 10.
What's 2,000 south? What is the width of 2,000, do you know? The right-of-way width?
I can pull that.
66, okay. Thanks, John.
That That concludes staff report. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for staff? Discussion amongst the council?
I think it's a good idea it costs money to landscape those, and it costs money to maintain those, and I'd be in favor of anything we can do. I don't, after I saw planning commission, or after I was at planning commission the other day, when I was driving by Whammers, I took a notice, and it's like, it's not really that big of a difference, but there's a big cost difference, an ongoing maintenance cost, so I'm in favor of it. I think it's a good idea, good change.
You want to make a motion, Councilman?
What they proposed on a certain size of road changes that, or you just want to do 10 across the board?
I'm flexible.
I don't know. What does staff think? Like, what do you?
Conversation, they had some valid points. And I support their recommendation as well. So did the applicant doing that.
That's what I would say is the planning. That's what they're there for. That was good input. I like it. So if it's, what was the size and bigger?
Foot and larger be 15. 6 and less would be 10 foot.
Sounds reasonable.
I like it.
You want to take a stab at a motion, Councilman Henderson?
I'm going to make a motion that we approve an ordinance amending Washington City Code Title 10, Chapter 3-3-C-2-B. Right? I don't have my reading glasses on.
Perfect.
Preliminary plats.
Mayor, I'm going to second that wonderful motion.
Can I add to your motion that you follow the recommendation from Planning Commission on the size between 10 for less than 85 and 15 for 85 and larger on the right-of-way widths?
Yes.
And yes. Okay, you've heard the motion by Councilman Henderson, the second by Councilman Ivy. We'll go roll call vote, beginning with Councilmember Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Belliston.
Aye.
Casperson. Ivy. That is approved unanimously, 5-0. And the last ordinance is item 7H, at least the last ordinance for tonight. We've saved the best for last. The recorder is in the house. This is consideration to approve an ordinance amending Washington City Code Title II, Chapter 1, Historic Preservation Commission. City Recorder, Tara Pence.
I'll make a motion to approve. That's good.
I'll second that, Mayor.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Casperson, second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We love our city recorder. That is approved 5-0. Next item on the agenda is report of officers from assigned committees. If you don't have a report, we're happy not to hear it tonight.
Have it.
Oh, man, I have stuff to report. Mayor.
Okay.
Councilman Bellis and I got back last night late from the San Diego to check out that reuse water system. It was super informative. I appreciate the opportunity from the district to go down and learn a bunch, and it was a great experience. We went down with a lot of different other cities, a bunch of Hurricane, St. George, La Verkin, a whole bunch came down with us, Tokerville, and it was good to become more friends with those people as well as we work as a community down here in county. But it was a really good experience. All I can say is we're going to do it better than they did it.
Yeah.
But they have one thing, sorry, I'll be quick.
We're okay.
The average daily water that we use, the state requires 800 gallons per day, okay? They're using 70 gallons per day in San Diego because they don't have outdoor irrigation. We have outdoor irrigation. So it's a huge difference. And that number just is like, we asked what's your daily gallons. They're like 70-ish. I'm like 70 in the morning, like just to get my kids out the door kind of a thing. So it's just different living down there, but they're going to end up using 50% of their water, of reuse water by 2035. And that amazes me that they can get there to recycle that water. And then I don't have any other thing else to report that matters tonight.
Do one of you want to report on the other visits we made?
I'm happy to. So I've been hounding our mayor to go look at a couple of commercial projects, you know, as we anticipate what we're doing here downtown. Just to kind of get to stand in the middle of a couple of projects and get an idea of size and scale and how they work. And so we went and looked at 3 projects in Southern California. The following day, went and looked at 2 projects in Boise, Idaho. And I think the takeaway from all of those is that at least I don't want to speak for my other council member or mayor, but I think that everybody felt that we needed to view the city's development as a community space, and how do we bring the community in to interact and interact with each other and be part of that community space instead of just building some commercial buildings or building something, right? And I think to stand in those areas and see that and see how people interacted with each other was really important. And this was middle of the afternoon, run of the mill day, you know, nothing special going on, and they were full. And I think they were both positive for their communities, for their respective communities. So that was my takeaway.
Yeah, very well said. I agree. Councilman Henderson, what would you add?
I agree. I mean, it was pretty impressive and heartwarming to see these community spaces with these families, you know, just hanging out together and doing their thing. And I'm pretty sure that we saw the future quarterback for USC or UCLA.
Down there.
Probably a little 8-year-old kid that could throw a spiral a mile long. So it was pretty amazing. So
Well said. Councilman Ivy, Councilwoman Casperson. Wills Park on Saturday. City manager report. No closed session. Who will make the motion to adjourn?
So made.
Motion by Councilman Casperson, second by Councilman Bellison. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thanks for hanging with us tonight, guys.
I think that